Go live, go live.
All right, we're good.
So here's the hand waving that occurred. You guys exited the tower.
Wait, whoa. I thought we were going to rest inside the tower and then finish exploring because I don't want to leave the tower and come back and have all that shit reset from the ghost.
No, you weren't going to go very far from the tower. And I remember last time you went hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours away. But listen to the giggling. That's me in the inside. But the hand waving was that you exited the tower to about where the giants were, which is pretty close to the tower. And then you set up camp to sleep. So therefore, you're not too far away from the tower. You're probably outside of the influence of the ghosts. And the ghosts haven't reformed yet. And you know that it will take a time for the rejuvenation of the ghosts to take place. So it won't be like an overnight thing, even for Furcus Zaud to come back together. The biggest problem is whether he comes back together or not. You don't really know the best way to actually eliminate him permanently at this point. And neither do you know about the other spirits in there, how to eliminate them permanently. I will give you a hint, though. You've already taken several of those steps even without knowing about it. You've already taken several steps towards putting them all at peace.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah, absolutely. So the other thing that happens is that during that night of rest, Sunny goes into the tent of Valdrin's, which he had a tent that was magical in nature, that was found with the rest of his gear in the torture chamber room. He was able to secure the rest of his gear that hadn't been destroyed or consumed already. And the tent was one of those things. And it definitely had magic that was powering it in some way or another, and transmutation magic specifically. And they disappeared into that tent. Having a very long conversation in the tent. Very long conversation. Tor and Kylon are very interested, Delstria, to go back into the tower and to be able to deal with whatever else is in that tower, to put it to rest. It seems like everyone is kind of pushed back through and onto the other side of the strange occurrences that took place right after rescuing Valdrin. And even Kylon knows well enough not to bring up some of those things, just by how awkward Tor was afterwards and how Valdrin didn't want to really speak on it anymore. You might have an inside agent to find out more of what he knows. But regardless of that, you are left with the boys by the campfire for the next foreseeable future, really, in the guard shifts and such. Alpion is out there with you, but it doesn't seem like Sunny or Valdrin are up for guard duty at this point. That continues through to a rain shower that comes in the early morning hours, right as Tor is finishing up his shift. And finally, it is time for breakfast, as everyone has recovered their spells, their abilities. No attack has happened. The giants have not eaten any more horses. You've actually rescued the horses, and all the remaining horses are there with you now in that campsite, which is fairly close to the giants, but definitely in the opposite direction of where the pew pew and the giants fought. So you are in a much safer place. Whatever would go through the giants would eventually get to you, but not many things you think would mess with the giants in their current state. There's no dreams. There's no visitations from extraterrestrial beings. There's no ghosts that come. It's a rather pleasant night, and we're going to pick up there in that next morning time with breakfast, with coffee being served and the normal routines being followed for the most part, except that Sunny has still not emerged from the tent of Valdrin.
Mm-hmm.
Kylon has given you, Delstria, multiple sideways glances while looking at you and then looking back at the tent and just shaking his head as he goes ahead and says his prayers for the morning for Ioma Day. And
Not my business.
he mutters something about, well, if we didn't have enough distractions already in this group. And then he goes ahead just sharpening his sword, which he uses that whetstone all the time, you think. And if he ever needed a present, if you had a Christmas list for him, it would be a new whetstone so that he could go ahead and keep sharpening his sword compulsively.
So, real quick, one thing that I just noticed that wasn't on the loot sheet was that smoke furnace.
Oh, yes, that's not removable.
Oh, it's not removable.
It's kind of like the.
I thought it was on the robot, and we could take it.
No, the smoke furnace took up the big section of that room right before the torture chamber. So the smoke furnace is basically, I mentioned that because it's a power supply where you can recharge items.
Okay, I thought it was a small furnace that could be removed.
Oh yeah, not like a cooking furnace or anything like that. No. It is what is magically producing that smoke that's connected to all the pipes throughout the tower.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a big honking thing. It looks like something like in some horror movie, in the basement, the rattling furnace with the pipes going up.
Gotcha. Okay, good deal.
Yeah. And they don't have a picture of it, and I wish they did because I think that'd be such a cool thing to share, like the image of that thing. So
I'm surprised they would have even marked it on the map where it was.
There wasn't,
because it seems that in the later books they got lazy with that.
Don't get me started with maps. Don't get me started with maps. It's been a really stressful time with maps. But anyways, I would rather have my hand drawn maps at this point, but whatever. I guess I could hand draw them and then scan them in.
Well, I can help you.
That'd make it even funnier, wouldn't it?
It would. Well, I can help you with anything you need for the maps because I have a Creative Cloud account. So I have Illustrator.
I think I've got it now, Libby, actually, because I found a way to. I put on the right layer that I wanted, then I resaved the Acrobat documents, and then I was able to get into them and convert them page by page, and I now have image files that look like they're going to be fine, but I'll have to tinker with them just to see once I upload them into the so I might actually have, I think if this works, we're going to have much better maps than what we've had in the past even, which would be amazing. So,
if not,
at least the last 2 books.
If not, let me know and I can.
I will. I appreciate it.
We can have a call and I can go and do that because I can separate out the PDFs page by page in Adobe and do whatever needs to be done.
The frustrating thing is that they had them with multiple layers on each page, and that was the frustrating thing because most of the conversion softwares would leave off sections or would always have the grid on because that's the base level. So it was very frustrating. And some of them would just save it and it'd be a blank completely. And it's that isn't even any layer unless there's a 4th layer, which is just the blanks shit, behind the grid. I don't know. But I think I've got it saved correctly. So we'll see. If not, then I will get a hold of you rather than having a fit because I had a fit with Adobe today. So some poor Indian lady. Anyways. Well, they hung up on me twice, and Adobe makes it, you cannot cancel your Adobe account online. You have to call them. And calling them, they request 3 different times for you to hang up the phone and for you to send in an email rather than talking to them. And then eventually they want you to get a text message from them. So it's like 6 different menus of them just saying, we don't really give a shit about you and we're not going to return your money before you can actually talk to someone. And then I was disconnected 2 times before the 3rd time where I actually got to talk to someone. So that was enough for me. I was like, fuck you. You're just like Sirius satellite radio. You do not care about your customers. So, but they outsourced that so some CEO would be able to make another $10 million this year. So
Yeah.
fuck them. Okay. So anyways, customer service, my God. So that's where we're starting though. Not after Doug's bitching, but before Doug's bitching or in the middle of it, because it's never going to end. And you guys are, I will say that Sunny emerges from the tent, clothed with Valdrin behind her.
Clothed.
Was that really
I would
necessary
hope
to add
she
in there,
isn't.
Dougie? Like,
I would hope she isn't going to stumble out in the nude.
By the way, just to give a sense of the weather is there's still those big the smoke rolling out above you, and the rain that's come has just kind of smudged all of your gear on the outside and stuff, where it seems like it's just been this heavy thick droplets that ended up just leaving you somehow dirtier than before. The weather right now, you are now getting like a crisp fall sense here of the changing weather. It wasn't felt as much in Idenvay, but now you can tell it's just the seasons are rolling on, and pretty soon the chill is going to be sweeping the land. And although this country is not known for heavy ice or big pockets of snow or anything, it definitely will get cold, and there's almost a perpetual rolling wind that goes throughout the entire Numerian plains during this time period also. It just chills the entire area. So nothing you have to worry about with safety gear or anything like that. It's not like you guys couldn't prepare for that anyways very easily, but it is definitely changing. The idea of the changing seasons, hint, hint, is definitely to the forefront here as you're noticing this change of weather. Valdrin, upon exiting the tent, looks over and he kind of smells the coffee that has been brewed, I should say. Delstria is like on her 2nd cup right now, and the small pan that has been cooked with some meats and stuff in it that Kylon has actually been very attentive to, making sure that they're turned and they're not all burnt. But the sizzling grease from those that kind of fills the air here. He looks at that, kind of smiles and nods, and then he takes a side path there into the woods to take care of other business, leaving Sunny there at the exit of the tent. And Kylon looking right at you, Sunny, as he goes ahead and he pokes and he turns over a piece of sausage that's there, and then he kind of scrapes it off the knife, and then he goes ahead and goes back to sharpening his sword.
good morning.
He nods. He says, seems like you missed your guard shift last night. No worries. I covered it.
Thank you, Kylan. I appreciate it.
Alpion is out on the edge of where Tor is now practicing the Gorm Skagat and doing his prayers. Alpion's sitting there patiently, just kind of watching him go through the motions back and forth. Alpion turns his head over to you and gives you a glance, and it almost like a recognition there as he sniffs the air, also looking over at the food before he turns back around to watch Tor.
I'm
Poor
gonna
little
make
bear.
I love Bear. I'm gonna
So
make my way over to Delstria for coffee.
So is that emotion thing? Is that something that comes with the nanites, or is that? Yeah.
Part of the nanite thing. It's the
Sadly.
Oh.
you get a lot of really cool stuff, but you lose a lot of stuff too.
Yeah. He hasn't been as whiny, before, or as cuddly, but but Alpion is definitely now, it seems like, more mature, more diligent in his guard
He's entering
duties.
his teenage years. He's aloof.
Yes, he's aloof. He's aloof. Yeah, he's aloof. But yeah. Yeah, there's several stumps around there that you guys have gathered up, and there's a more firewood than what you'd need for however long you plan on staying here. Kylon,
we have good friends here in the Hill Giants. We can just chill. This is our home now.
This is a good place.
Well, I like that thinking, but also no, that doesn't actually work.
Kylon looks over to Delstria and he's like, "So Delstria, what do you think we should do whenever we go back into the tower? Maybe you should run that by Sunny again, where we should go." Delstria has been talking about this for some time with the boys and has made a clear decision on where she would go. But it seems like now Delstria, looking at Sunny, putting everything together, it's just like, Delstria, you're just kind of like, as you look over at Sunny.
Well, we need to definitely see what's in that small room and Fergus's bedroom, and there was some rooms in the basement that may hold some information. I'm sure we could find some information or something of use, maybe about some of the projects when he was working for the Technic League.
Kylon's nodding along. He says, we helped to draw part of the diagram of the tower while you were busy, Sunny. And he unrolls some of the parchment and shows the layout of the tower, which you guys have made and circled different areas and question marks on them and stuff. Since you've had so much time, he kind of puts them out there on a flatter table that's been kind of constructed from some wood beams, and he puts it out there and he looks at it and nods.
You guys did a great job. I'm very impressed. It has been requested that we go to the battlefield first so we can take care of the fallen barbarians, if you don't mind.
No, that's absolutely fine. That definitely needs to be taken care of.
Kylon agrees. He says, "Okay." He says, and then go through the tower. We have a plan here. Which way to do it? Little arrows drawn.
Frowny faces, like put where we encountered bad things.
Yeah. The little alchemy labs and everything, like labeled, everything like with detailed, as much as possible, with just hand drawing it, some detailed notes. Kylon says, I think my priority is to make sure that Fergus Zoud doesn't ever come back again. Whatever we can do about stopping him would be really important. I don't want him to do anything else like this ever again to anyone else.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure yet how to go about that. Anybody have any ideas?
Can you woo-woo him? I don't know.
You haven't tried woo-wooing him.
Oh, maybe I can just woo-woo him. No, Sonny.
Why
Kyle,
are you so defensive? It was just a question.
Kylan says,
woo-woo
well,
him?
he says maybe she can, but he looks over to Delstria. He says, well, we haven't talked about that actually. Is there anything that you can do, do you think, to find out more about him?
No. Well,
Oh,
the only thing that I
nod.
would really be able to do is see the psychic compression of one of the rooms, and I can only do that once per day.
How about his sticks, his items, his magic
His sticks.
things that he has? Well, I don't know what they are. I mean, the one creates the smoke you told me, and then the other
wands.
one, it's a wand. As he says, I don't know. It didn't look like a wand, really, but yeah, I guess.
I don't think it's a wand. Pretty sure it's a rod, but whatever.
No, we had wand listed on the sheets.
No, his thing of whatever, it's definitely a rod of
A rod
gripping smoke.
of gripping smoke. Yeah.
Did I put wand?
Oh, rod of gripping. Okay, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, I was like, I'm pretty sure I put it down correctly.
Kylan
I
kind
was
of
looking at my list.
nods. He doesn't know the difference really.
Wait, rod of gripping
He still has
smoke was-
0 ranks in spellcraft.
That's okay, sweetheart. But your job is to hit things.
Hey, Kylan looks over to you, son. He says, so did you find out anything else that we need to know?
Sunny's gonna blush a little bit.
Notice the that we need to know part.
Yeah.
Kylan goes, He says, well, I guess whenever we all get ready, we can then go ahead and start taking care of this.
I'm ready whenever you guys are.
He says, no, you aren't. He says, you haven't had breakfast yet. And he starts now shoveling out food onto your plate and handing it over, and then he makes another plate for Valdrin.
Thank you.
And he says, and don't trust Alpion. He's already had more than his share. And with the mention of his name, Alpion turns around again and looks back, and you see kind of pants a little bit, and then he turns back towards Tor.
Oh, my poor little bear. He's so hungry.
Always.
I have a question.
Yes.
Why is the rod of gripping smoke? Why is that a neck slot?
It should not be a neck slot.
That's what it says
Let's
in the. That's what it says on the Archives of Nethys.
Well, it's one of
Slot
these things
neck.
that has just been printed. Yeah, that is. Neck slot is also how it was misprinted here. That is
I'm like,
not
that's
a
so
neck
stupid.
slot
Funniest thing
item.
ever. No, I totally think it should be a
You
neck
just
slot thing.
hang it down on your neck. That's so funny, Libby. I guess they just copied
the because in the original document here, which this just came about in this AP, it has neck slot here too. That is so stupid. That is
Doesn't
so
make any
dumb.
sense, but okay.
Yeah, it acts as a mace. I don't know. Maybe if you swing your head around, you can hit somebody.
You
with
have it on a
Okay.
chain or something.
one thing that was something that you noticed, Delstria, is that the items that were in Firkus Zoud's ghostly form, those are the same ones now that you hold in their real existence.
Right. So I'm thinking that taking those whenever he reforms as a ghost, he's not going to have anything.
That's actually that's your working theory right now, is that he
Yes.
wouldn't have those magic items, which is really interesting. As a matter of fact, you start thinking on it, and if he was a wizard, he would have to have a spell book somewhere also.
I have a spell book.
You do have a spell book, but
I
it's
have-
much
I
lower
have
level
a
spells.
spell book. Yes, I was
Yeah,
actually going to
yeah.
say this is only a little
Mhm.
because I went through and checked the spells to see how much we could sell the spell book for. I just checked that right before this session.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking he's a pretty high level wizard. Why does this book only have level 1 and 2 spells?
Yeah, it definitely, you think that is maybe an earlier spell book that he copied, transitioned those spells to another book whenever he became more experienced, which oftentimes wizards do. They have like their baby, I'm just now a wizard spell book, and then whenever they get more experience, they end up transitioning those over to another book, and then their lower level spell book really is, if nothing else, it's just kind of stored for a keepsake of memories and such.
Well, this one was signed to him by that professor, or that
Right.
where did I
Professor Zigzag.
I'm actually not sure who the professor's name is, actually, to tell you the truth. But
it's where come on.
So, Sunny, do you want to do anything else, or
Andreas.
just enjoy your breakfast?
No, I'm gonna
Okay.
enjoy my breakfast.
Okay. Valdrin comes back to the fire right about then.
So apparently, Furcus has always been interested in smoke and clouds and mist, because if this was his like school when he was learning to be a little sorcerer, in the back of the book there's like doodles and of like smoke and clouds. So I don't know if those are recent, or if whenever
You
he
think
was
that those definitely look like those could have been there a long time ago, you think? Yeah, it
so
definitely
he's
does look
sitting
like
in
doodles.
class and just like do you
know.
Is it possible that Xiphus has something to do with that? Because I don't know if we know anything about Xiphus.
I do, actually, because I had a really good roll on him.
Yeah,
back in the
shocking.
You can look up Xiphus if you'd like to on his whatever, the Pathfinder wiki, if you'd like.
So he's in competition with Pharasma. He's the god of accidental death.
Yeah, there's something also in the Pathfinder wiki.
Yeah, that's where I am.
Okay, good.
Is it?
Why don't you go to his relationships section?
Yeah, I just got to that section.
It's so exciting, right? I'm so excited.
Xiphus views Ergothoa as his mentor and shares many interests with her. He is trying to convince Naderi that chance can always take away one's loved one, in the process turning her toward evil. Most other gods view him as more of an annoyance than an actual threat. So in trying to convince... So he turned Naderi evil. And convinced her that there's always that chance can always take away one's loved one.
Oh my god. Alyssa's having a breakdown now.
I'm not having a breakdown. I'm struggling because I, who read a lot about the gods, know about Naderi and her relationships, and it's described differently from her point of view, but
it is.
Since somebody can only roll a freaking 9, Sunny. It's fine. We don't need to know about the goddess. We're fine.
The less you know, the better.
Exactly.
Okay. Valdrin nods over at Kyle and he says, "It's very good." He says, "Thank you." As he's going ahead and eating, Kylan nods. He says, "Well, that's glad someone appreciates it. You know, they always worry about me burning all the food and destroying half the rations I cook with." He says, "There have been a few times where I've been distracted. Maybe the fire's been a little bit too hot."
Okay, I don't think it was the you burning the food, Kylan. It was you offering to make paninis in your sleeping armor that threw us off.
He smiles at that thought. He's like, well, he says it was dry, and it didn't smell too bad. I mean, the heat would have, anyways, it would have been just fine. The tour eventually gets done, and he comes back over, getting everyone else around that fire, which is now shooting some more smoke up into the atmosphere to join with all that coming from the massive tower. You can hear the giants in the distance as they're rumbling along, whispering to each other or talking to each other. It doesn't sound like they're crashing through the forest or anything. It seems like they're right in their camp area, and no alarm has been raised. They're just hanging out. The horses Tor has tended to in the morning time along with Kylon, and honestly, you guys are all ready to go about whatever you'd like to do. It seems like everyone has kind of joined up around that circle to have your most recent version of Dr. Phil's session, or perhaps just ignore things and put it off for another few days or an explosive episode, which is normal for the group. So, up to you what happens there with that.
I'm good moving on.
Yeah, let's go.
So,
all right, well, then we move on. Eventually, Kylan goes, and then he goes and he stands up and he gets the cooking pan and he goes off to clean it out. Valdrin is looks like he's like in a very good mood. One could wonder why. And he's just kind of looking back and forth at everyone, commenting on, basically giving compliments and niceties about everything that he is he's encountering there on your person. Delstria, that is that a new hairstyle that you have? That sort of thing is coming up. Tor, I did not notice that you had an adamantine weapon. That is a very wise decision when battling these creatures we face. Those sort of things are the things that are brought out. Albion kind of comes in and nudges himself in between Sunny and Valdrin, and then sits down and then looks over and licks your hand twice and looks up at you, Sunny.
I'm gonna scratch his little chin and then give him the rest of whatever was left over from my breakfast.
Okay. It's gone in like a tenth of a second as there's a gulping sound, and then his tongue comes out licking his lips. Okay. So the options are plenty, but you guys decide to first go ahead and into the battleground site where the barbarians fought a robot and Firkus Zaud. Valdrin explains this creature to you and describes it to the best of his ability. And it's actually quite a terrifying creature. It shoots out waves of sonic energy, and it is known as a. So you have experienced it before. It is known as a Warden robot. The Warden robot is a large-sized construct with sonic disruptors that are integrated weapons, which it uses as a primary attack in addition to its claw-like hands where they're embedded if anyone would get close enough for it to strike out. In addition to that, it has a strobing light effect that can actually blind people, that it'll shoot across a landscape, blinding you before closing in for a vicious attack. It's actually a pretty advanced robot. You wouldn't think that it would be as, it's not as specialized as, let's say, the torture robot that you found that was there in the chamber. One that is meant for extracting memories and other very specialized tasks. But this kind of robot, the Warden robot, is not seen commonly around Numeria. It's something that Delstria, you will remember, though, from your father's drawings, his mentioning, and then also just from the visions itself that you've had, that there used to be a number of these Warden robots that would be guardians of specific areas. And you know that they're put in place basically to lock off certain areas and to actually serve for long-term guard positions, making sure that no enemies draw near. Sadly, or maybe gladly, Valdrin, with his equipment, and you all have been leveled up, the Warden robot is going to serve just as much of a challenge as most of the other things that are remaining in this tower. And that is, it doesn't really provide a challenge. The good thing is, with this Warden robot, is that it hasn't allowed any other creatures to come near its kills. And its kills involve 3 giants and also 4 of the companions of Valdrin.
So it's still there.
There's one downed Warden robot also that you see. It seems like there was a pair of them that first fought these barbarians and the giants. Valdrin describes that they were able to make a deal with the giants whenever they first arrived to take care of these Warden robots after the chief of the hill giants was defeated by them. The remaining giants have no appetite for going over there and attacking the remaining Warden robot. They think that it would definitely kill them. Good for you.
Smart hill giants.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, you don't want to lose hill giants, right, in the midst of all this.
Hey, they're our friends.
I know, right? Good for you. The Warden robot is defeated quite quickly. It's not even worth putting on the map. Whenever you defeat it, you are going to have a rust bag of tricks that you find.
Rust bag of tricks?
A rust bag of tricks. In addition to all the barbarians' gear from Valdrin's companion, which we won't name out, but those things are definitely items that he would like to be able to recover and take back to the families, of course, of these barbarians. Mm-hmm. The battle is quick. The creature doesn't really even get off a shot, and soon you're able to see that you guys really are an overwhelming threat for most of the things that you encounter, especially whenever you know what you're going to be facing. The rest of the tower provides a similar threat. Without Firkus Zaud being there, the levels of the tower you're able to explore without much of any kind of danger remaining. you're able to focus in on spending time in the wizard's bedroom and being able to understand more about what he was up to, what his studies produced. It's interesting as you carry on up through the tower. What used to be it seemed like a very gloomy presence, an overcast feeling of going in here and just dealing with the residents of the tower. It seems like there's a lighter air. It seems like they are less significant without the smoke wizard there to interfere and to manipulate the circumstances. You do find a number of traps. Oh, there are traps set up throughout. But with Delstria, with your guiding hand, you're able to actually go through the correct procedure of the Delstria first protocol in disassembling and unhooking any traps which are magical or mechanical, whereas the other, which we would call haunts, from leftover spirits and forces that actually dwell in this place, are able to be dealt with a curing spell or two on the energy. You're making it way. You make your way throughout the levels of the tower, leaving his bed chamber, and you make your way to the next level, which is a foundry. And inside this foundry, you find a number of weapons that are stored, and with it, an animated crane that seeks out your destruction as it whirls around, spinning a large claw at the end of its boom throughout the room. Once again, though, easily destroyed. Next to it, a research lab, though, and in addition to that, a number of spare parts. As you're going along and collecting these things, I have, for your convenience, made a loot list, which is on the drive, which is called Tower Loot List, I believe. And it's going to be comprised of everything that you find here, considering that you make nat 20s on all of your perception checks, being able to find everything that is here and accessible in the tower. Some of the things that are not listed there that actually have to do with loot. You get a sense as you're going through this tower that there were a number of experiments that have escaped over time. For the years that Firkus Zoud has been dead, there were vampiric mists that have slipped out into the outside world. There are creatures that have just died from not being taken care of inside some of those sealed labs that you bypassed initially. There are other traits, remnants of research assistants and their items that have just been left in piles and have kind of rotted or deteriorated in their final resting place. The things that are still here are the traps, the ghosts, which you've mainly faced, and then the constructs, which have been animated and kept in that state. Even the elementals, for the most part, have escaped this area. The only ones that you really had to deal with were the Belkers, which were downstairs, still being around in that wind tunnel of sorts. Other things like nanite clouds have been dispersed. There's evidence of a number of experiments that were either completely abandoned or that had failed catastrophically. Eventually, you make it to the higher floors, and there you actually face some creatures. There's some robotic apprentices that you're able to fight off very easily. And besides that, the tower kind of gives up its spoils to you without much of a fight. Gladly, at the very top level, you find research notes for Firkus Zaud. And not just a small amount, but once again, tomes and tomes of research notes. But as you go through them, the rattling of the smoke coming out at the tower just above you now, having reached the top floor, you notice there's nothing about Project Pathfinder. All of his research notes seem to detail things that are happening in this setting. And you find out that he was absolutely a dedicated worshiper of Xiphus. You find out that he had fled the Technic League, faking his own death, and he mentions that in his scrambled notes. And he wanted to escape the Technic League because he wanted the freedom to carry on his own experiments without the Technic League's oversight, without Gartrone or the others interfering with his plans. He does speak with quite an air of fear about the Technic League finding him, but also an audacity that they could never find him and defeat him, as well as he secured the defenses of his tower. He planned the fake death, the suicide, or excuse me, the lab explosion as a way to kind of revere Xiphus in showing that an accidental death could even take out someone as grand as him. But then at the same token, it's the wrong way by actually not dying in that death that he had set up, that fake disappearing act. The Technic League definitely thought that he was still alive, and they had followed him, sending several bands of robots into the woods multiple times. Those that he couldn't destroy and reprogram, he let dwell in the area just because he knew they wouldn't have the competence to actually infiltrate the tower and to make it up to him and pose a threat. Others, like the robots that you saw, the riot robots and even the thought harvester, he had taken from bands of Technic League agents that were sent towards the tower, trying to discover first the nature of the tower, and then after finding out that he actually did live, trying to actually put a hit out on him and to destroy him. None of them seem to be able to do it, though. And it kind of brings to question, like, what actually did kill him? As you go into the basement of the tower again and you're able to survey the missing chambers there, you see that there's definitely a prison block set up. Completely empty, just with the bones left of several prisoners that died from starvation there. You can't really piece together what happened to him that killed him, but upon looking at things more closely, looking at his remains, you believe that it was something that might have been even nanite related that killed him. And whatever that was, it seemed like it ate through his bones or deconstructed him before it was dispersed eventually. Some of these things you're never going to find out unless you have a book with pages of backstory to talk about it, sadly. You will find in his research notes that he had put in some journal entries after finding Cassandali's body. It must have been soon after that, though, that he died. There are notes there saying that he needs to go ahead and recover the body itself and bring the body itself to his allies. His allies, which he mentions just several other times, seems like it relates to an expedition that he had to gather more components that he needed for his studies. A hunt which took him into a place called the Valley of Scars, where he actually discovered followers of Xiphus like him. and followers of Xiphus that were not from this realm, but had followed another crashed vessel. And he mentions it then in just one or two places in his notes, but he mentions the followers, the allies, intermittently, and then another description or a title comes up describing them, and that is the Dominion. Seems like all three of these were one and the same to him. And he wanted to bring Cassandali's body to them because they possessed her memory core. Some way to put her together again and reactivate this android that had been destroyed. There isn't much more in detail with what he was hoping to accomplish with that. There isn't much that is written down in his notes regarding that. But it seems to be one of the main last focuses was he was going to gather his thought harvester robot, conclude a few remaining experiments, and then he was going to transport the body to the Dominion. And from that point, you're not sure what his plans were.
Do we know where the Valley of Scars is?
It's been mentioned several different ways to you with different terminology. I think that if you make a make a nature check or a society check, either one, you'd be able to have an idea of where this place is.
I'm gonna go with society. Is it a knowledge check?
Yeah, it is a knowledge check.
Okay. Sorry, I always have to ask that, but just because I get bonuses for knowledge.
No,
checks.
you're fine. You're fine.
18 because I rolled a freaking 3.
A 3? Not so good. Okay.
I think Alyssa also rolled a 3. Got a 9.
That's cool.
All right.
Someone's clearly only half paying attention. It's fine. Just
wow. Well, you think? Let's see here. Let's see here.
Well, okay. So we know that we had been told previously that she was in the Valley of the Brain Collectors.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I see here there's
Right.
also a label in that area called Scar of the Spider.
Well, yes. You don't quite have that map on hand, but yes.
it's Delstria. Delstria always has a map on hand.
I have a map.
Actually, you know what? There is a map place in Eidenvey.
There is a map place, isn't
There is
there?
a map place that, yeah, we just never got around to doing it.
I didn't get to go to the astrology place either.
Oh.
Astronomy place.
We're going back to Eidenvey at some point. Calm down. I will let you go to your astrology place.
I will say that you know it's somewhere in that area where there is a scorpion robot and a label of Scar of the Spiders. It's definitely somewhere there. You will know that much. Yeah.
The answer is west. We know it's west.
You know
Because
it's west.
It's always west.
You know it's west, and honestly, it is. What is the scale of this? Do we put a scale on this map? No, because that's
There
that's
is
just
on the bottom right. There's a scale. It looks like, but I can't read it.
Oh God, it's tiny, and it's horrible pixelation too. Well, some APs actually have like a map of the country and say where the next place is, and they tell you details and stuff. This is going to tell me something just as important. Let's see here. This steep-walled, roughly Y-shaped valley lies in the western extreme of the Felldales, a minor tributary of the West Selin River that no one has ever bothered to name, runs through the valley's length. Let's see here. More features, more features, more features. And we're going to have to go to another map to really be able to see how many miles that is away. Let me see if I have more Numeria maps. Don't we have more Numeria maps all over the place?
Would that
Surely
be
we do.
this tributary?
I
It
feel
goes
like
through
we have-
here.
One other Numeria map.
Numeria 2 is what it would be called. Nope, that's not going to help. Oh my god, it's gigantic on this one. Go here, blinking light. Bing, 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 right here. This is where you need to go. Let's see if I have it in a less choppy version here that I can see the scale.
Well, I don't see any maps that I can see in our folder.
Because there are no maps in our folder, everything was either in the handout guide.
That's what I meant. The handouts here, and
Or
Yeah,
no,
I don't
like
think
the
there
player's
are
guide, like-
actually, guys. I don't think there's another Numerian tribes. Maybe that'll help. Ooh, Numerian tribe map has it. Do you guys have a Numerian tribe map? Because I do.
We do not.
I'm sure I could Google that bad boy.
I think you might want to, although I'm not sure if the scale is right. It looks like it's probably 100 and close to 200 miles away, 175 miles away from where you're at right now to the west.
Oh. The Numerian 3 JPEG has 1 hex equals 12 square miles.
Oh, wow. Is that online?
It's in the drive, the Google Drive, the maps
Why the
folder.
hell don't I have it, man? I put it there and then I left it. The hell is going on with me? Gosh darn it. Why the heck?
I mean, it doesn't really have. Okay, there's Eidenvey, there's the Choke Tower, there's the Scar of the Spider. So there's some areas kind of mapped out. And if we compare the maps,
Crap. Freaking. Why don't I actually have this? Must have thrown that one away thinking it wasn't important.
it's in the Iron Gods folder here.
Yeah, I just took it off of my. I guess I threw it off away from my computer for whatever reason.
Oh.
Yeah. Why? I don't know. Maybe I didn't like that one all of a sudden. Ooh, Numeria 3 does look like a pretty good one. 1 hex, 12 square miles. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 13 hexes away.
So 13 times 12,
At
156.
Yeah. All right. That's probably more accurate than my 175. Yeah.
How quick can our horses travel? About.
Well, if there were roads, horses can make it about 40 miles in a day or more. But having the Felldales being probably the roughest terrain of anything in Numeria, you're probably looking at about half that speed once you get to the Felldales. So you can make it over to Eidenvey or over to the western side of the river without much trouble until you get into the crackly bits here on the map, and then that would really have your time. Days, let's see here. How many days? Oh, you can make a survival check. Since you have an roundabout idea of where it's at, a survival check might be able to tell you more, estimating the time.
Nope, got a 12.
Oh, it could take a while. Sunny, is Sunny checking?
Can Sunny check with her magical score of 9 on the first roll?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna say
is
with
different.
you guys, you're sharing information, talking about it, and
What
everything.
about the
and-
boys?
Hold on. Tor is from that era. He gets a 10. Oh my God, Kylon gets a 13. They have no idea. They have no idea. Valdrin, meanwhile, is probably going to have a plus 500 on this. I don't even have his sheet pulled up though. I am not going to look at 3 different NPC sheets all the time. Okay, 19 on the die. To get to that area, you believe if you have good horses and you know where you're going, like you could actually pinpoint where you're going. He believes that, let's see here. You're probably looking about 8 to 10 days. At 10 if you don't know where you're going exactly, probably 8 if you know the grounds and you can actually travel straight there.
Huh.
Of course, if you could teleport and you knew where you're going, you could get there super quick.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't. He's never been there before. And he gets a nat 1 on knowing what it is. Never even heard of it.
He's never been to that area of Numeria.
Nope, never been to that area. Nope, never, ever been.
Well, we're gonna have to go to Torch. Maybe we can pick Connor and Joram. That's his name. I forgot his
Joram,
fucking
yes.
name.
If he's still alive, he might have passed away by now.
Well, he was old, but no.
He dies of natural causes. Okay.
We give him a heart attack.
Yeah, right. Eventually. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's you're looking at probably about 8 to 10 days from the Choking Tower. And Sunny, how long would it take to get from the Choking Tower back to Torch?
About 7 days.
No.
Yeah. No,
not-
your guide is telling you it's gonna take us about 7 days.
That doesn't seem right.
Okay, well, your guide is telling you it's
Oh,
going to take us 7 days.
Tor gets us 4 and
If we go to the
And-
river and get a boat,
Colin gets 15.
Delstria, look at me.
19.
It's going to take us about 7 days.
Delstria thinks that probably it could be done in 4.
Looking at the map here, it's not that far away.
No,
Delstria,
it's not very
it's
far.
going to take us 7 days. Okay?
Baldrin looks at the map, kind of nods. He says, He says it could take 7 days, maybe.
Why are you so insistent on a week, Sonny?
Kylon's like, I don't think it could take I mean, we went all the way to Idenvay on that river, and it didn't take us 7 days.
But we're not going to the river, Kylon.
Oh. Nods and he sits back.
Sonny?
Yeah, Delstria. What's up?
I should ask you the same thing.
It's going to take us 7 days. Okay?
Okay, we're going to do a perception check here. A 20. See if Sonny can bluff Delstria.
There's not a bluff. It is standing as close to Valdrin as humanly possible. It's going to take us 7 days.
Oh my god. You have an idea Delstria, that Sunny is wanting to delay the travel back, possibly taking a little bit a slower trip than what could be done.
Delstria is more concerned about the thing in Sunny's head.
Nope,
Yes.
We're fine.
What else were you wanting to know about Firkus Zaud's research, by the way? Was there anything specific? Because it does not really point to a lot of things in this book, by the way, like detailing everything in his plans.
Did you need us to make rolls for each of these rooms?
No, like I said, I just assumed that you were able to find... Oh, so, speaking of finding things, you find that the basement level has an escape tunnel behind a secret door that actually comes out in the forest.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Very difficult to find, but I think the DC was 35 or something like that, but you do find an escape tunnel. Let's see here. From inside, it's only a perception check of a 20 needed. From the outside, it was harder.
You can find it, no problem.
Okay. It is actually covered with a wall of stone also from the inside, so you'd have to break through a wall of stone, which is not super hard, but I mean, it isn't meant to be something that people can just walk back and forth through. So the wall of stone kind of sealed it from the inside, but you could tell that it was something that was made there outside of the stone shaping of all the other walls. And feet to the side, and eventually ends in mile marker E, which of course you don't have E on your map, and you don't even have this map, but it is a forested area basically to the southeast of where you guys' camp is. It's a secret entrance. You know what else you guys wanted to know? I'll tell you what you guys wanted to know. You wanted to know about how to destroy Firkus Zaud. That's what you wanted to know. And I'm not going to tell you it was all in his research journal, because it definitely was not. But I'm going to allow you all to make a religion check to see if, after surveying the entire tower, you can do a knowledge religion to ascertain what might be useful in this. And Kylon has lots of ranks in this, and so does Tor.
Good.
I put so many ranks into religion, and I'm still doing so poorly.
Tor has a 29!
Yay!
17 for Tor.
Yay, Tor! Okay, Tor is going to describe to you what is needed.
This will take an hour with Tor.
Yeah. And here's the thing. With a DC 25 knowledge check, a person can deduce one of these three things. For every 5 points of which the DC exceeded, one additional condition is learned. So even a DC 25 from him is not enough to know everything that there is to know. But in addition to, let's see here, Kylon only got a 20. I'm going to say that you're going to have a good idea about some of these things already. I'm going to give it to you. How to put Firkus Zaud down. First, the choking tower's source of power, the smoke furnace, must be deactivated or destroyed. Firkus Zaud really loved that thing. And as long as it's churning out smoke, it is kind of like his lasting legacy, and it holds ties to him from beyond death, keeping him in this realm. Strangely enough, this is hilarious. At least 50,000 gold pieces of treasure and magic items must have been looted from the tower. And it has been. You've looted quite a bit of treasure with everything combined. And we're talking about not the sell value, but what the retail purchase price would be. And you have been able to remove all of the items on him also, which actually held him to this realm and had emotional ties to him. Because he really loved his stuff. He loved his nanite cocoons. He loved all of his little magic doodads. He loved it all. It's now been destroyed or taken out. The last thing is the Thought Harvester robot. The Thought Harvester robot actually was his prized construct possession. That's the reason why it was in the basement all by itself. It's the reason why it was behind that sealed door, which you would have had a very, very difficult time getting through that vault-like door if it hadn't been open to drag Tor's body through it. All of those things kind of point to the Thought Harvester robot as being a very important thing. And also, it was right by him during his death. It was the last thing that he was around whenever he was living. And because of that, it was very significant to him. Now that it's been destroyed, though, it takes out one more piece. So basically, out of those three things, the only thing that you haven't done is destroy or deactivate the smoke furnace. His companions, his apprentices, are much easier to deal with. You actually did find some remains of those companions, those apprentices that composed the 3 gear ghosts that remained in the tower. If you're able to take those bones and actually properly bury them outside of the tower, that will be enough of an escape to make sure that those spirits are not bound to the tower and held within. And you can easily find the bones of each one of those minions in their respective rooms. The haunts and the other things, which I did not describe to you because they were in other floors, will disperse over time. With Firkus Zaud's presence no longer being there, there's nothing that's going to be holding that random negative energies of other past residents or people who have died within the tower to the tower itself. With Zaud being gone and that spiritual anchor being lifted, the rest of those can actually dissipate in peace over a period of days. And you get 19,200 XP if you put him to rest, by the way.
Sweet.
But we aren't worried about that.
Oh.
Because you've put him to rest. Or you will soon. Maybe you won't. Maybe you'll keep the smoking furnace smoking.
Well, we totally want that XP.
Yeah, well, you're going to get it. You are going to get it.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
In this spreadsheet here of the tower loot, do you want me to go ahead and put in the value of stuff?
Yeah, I didn't get to that because honestly, I didn't have the time. I was wanting to research and look that up. But yeah, that's the reason why some of those things are empty, is if I didn't have it on hand or if it wasn't a unique thing, I didn't put the worth of it. Which, by the way, the smoke furnace, if you did want to extract that from the tower, it does look like that is possible.
How heavy is it?
Hundreds and hundreds of pounds.
Well.
Let's see here. Maybe it isn't. Let's say here. Only one smoke furnace exists. Oh, you can't take it.
Oh.
I know. Well, it's because actually part of it is extremely small portals to the plane of fire that actually is put into place. So if you move it, you can't move those portals with it, sadly.
Wow.
Yeah. It has no chance of exploding. There's one that exists. So it is kind of a minor artifact, to tell you the truth. It can be destroyed or just shut down through a spellcraft check. Boy, that would stop the rattling sound.
25?
That's right on the number. All right. Yeah, Delstria, you find a way that you can actually deactivate this, even though there's no power cable plugging it into the wall. It makes its own power. There's no on or off switch. No. That would be way too simple. But you do have a way that you know of disrupting the runes around it to cause the portals to close, and to actually stop the smoke from ushering out. You'll need to make a covert check, which is a disabled device.
I'm gonna have those goggles on too, which will give me a +5.
Whoop whoop! That's awesome.
I haven't put that in my thingy yet, but so 29.
Okay, good thing you have the goggles because the 24 was not going to do it. Yeah, it takes a little bit of time, but you were able to disable it. There is no explosion. There's no getting sucked into the plane of fire or anything nasty like that. You're able to disable it, and as you disable it, everyone around you in the basement sighs in relief as the churning, shaking of the furnace stops. And just a few rattling of the pipes is all that's left. And then all of a sudden, there's this clear, quiet space that you're finally in this tower, without the pipes rattling around, without the background humming sound that was just constant. And finally, you can think and you can hear, and you don't have to even imagine it stopping because it's very dramatic as those planes, those connections to the planes are closed, that it just instantly stops. You cannot use it as a power generator anymore, sadly. But according to Tor, that was the last connection to Firkus Zaud. And you kind of feel the air lifting, even in the basement area. And you feel that there is almost like a negative energy or a gloom that's been in this place that's now been alleviated.
Good.
We are going through lots of pages of things here as we're going through the rooms, but with Valdrin there, I guess you'd have a chance to kind of ascertain Valdrin. Valdrin is definitely experienced. He is, in game terms, he's slightly higher level than you guys. And he is a ranger in his class, specialized in mounted combat, but he is, being a ranger, rangers get full attack progression, so he's kind of on the level of Tor as far as his combat prowess and what he can do in combat. Cannot do the smiting, and he doesn't attack with just these heavy, cumbersome swings. He's very agile, he darts back and forth, and he's able to provide enough of a distraction, if nothing else, just so that your bruisers can get in there, and along with the shots from a bow and slices with a machete, you're able to take down anything that stands in your way. Which the worst thing that you'd have to worry about is a stinking cloud with a fortitude save of an 8. Those are the kind of things that you'd have to deal with. So nothing here.
If the stinking cloud is poison, then I can cast Delay Poison Communal and protect us.
Well, even rolling a 2 on your die, I think you're going to be able to make the save. Everybody in this group at this point. I mean, Tor has a +8 bonus to his fortitude save just as it stands. So, yeah. So even without that, you'd be fine. So, yep. So
I have an 8 as well.
Yeah. So I mean, you'd only fail on a 1, is what I'm saying. Like that's pretty much like the level of the things here. So, so you're able to slice your way through, making it to the top of the tower, all the way down to the bottom, discovering the features of the tower, and able to finally putting this place at peace. Burying the barbarians outside and the servants in the tower. Well, we're not going to bury the barbarians. We're going to burn the barbarians. I think you're right on that. Burning the barbarians and burying the servants of the tower, you're able to put everything here at peace. And you believe that this now, as you're looking up at the top of the tower, and you just see not even a sputtering of smoke, but just clear air, as it seems like the winds have pushed the smoke deeper into the forest. you have an idea that this entire valley is going to be called something different. Rather than the Smoking Woods, this is going to be called, I don't know, maybe the Torchbearer Woods or something of that nature. But it is definitely destined for a new name. With the loot there, do you have any questions about the things that are on the loot list?
I don't think so.
Nothing? Okay. Sweet.
At least
Some of these bolts, like the Screaming Bolts and the Human Bane Bolts,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how to price those.
Bolts are always, their magical equivalent are always priced in bundles of whatever the ammo is. So I think in bolts and arrows, those are 20 because it's in a quiver size.
For bolts, it's 10.
Oh, then in 10, yeah.
But I'm just not sure. Like Screaming Bolts and Cold Iron bolts, is that, or not Cold Iron? The Screaming and Human Bane, are those spells put on the bolts, or?
That is a magic weapon quality with the Human Bane bolt. So you'd look at 10 of them being what the weapon would be priced at, which you basically have 10 of them for 2,005 gold, I guess. So then you divide the quantity that you have by that to see what the price per unit is. I thought bolts were in 20s, but they are just in 10s, huh?
Oh, Screaming Bolt right here, specific weapon.
And it might be priced on a single 1x1, the Screaming Bolt. I think it is. It's
Price
110 gold.
267.
267 per freaking bolt. I love it.
Yeah, caster level, 5th level. So yeah, Screaming Bolt is this +2 screaming or bolt screams when fired, forcing all enemies of the shooter within 20 feet of the path. Is anybody going to want to keep the crossbow and the bolts to use?
I don't think anyone in your group would.
Okay.
no.
I was going to say that if they did, I wasn't going to price it out.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, and honestly, a DC 14 will save at this point is not that good.
Yeah.
And a mind affecting effect is not going to affect robots anyways, so that's not good either.
But it'll affect wizards.
But it will affect wizards. Yes, you're right. All right. Well, with that, you basically get done all that within a day. I mean, there's probably about 10 total encounters, but each encounter is taking approximately 12 seconds, maybe 18 seconds. Maybe they're going 3 rounds, but most of the time they're not, because most all these enemies are one thing in a room or one thing that you have to disarm. So we're not looking at very long. It is probably a little bit after lunch by the time you get back, just because of all the collecting of items and searching rooms very thoroughly. And strangely enough, you do not find Firkus Zaud's spellbook anywhere around there. The one thing that you really thought that you would be able to find is not anywhere to be seen. Whether he had some other layer that he went to as a wispy smoke, it's very hard to know. But without really digging and tearing this place piece by piece and really taking a lot of time doing that, you think it might be impossible to find whatever that is. That thing is gone. That thing no longer exists. That doesn't matter. And that's pretty much...
So what's the sky metal circuitry? Is that like...
that is, just think of it as very rare metals. Like, it's basically sky metals are... There's a list of sky metals in the technology guide, I believe.
Okay.
Just think of that as...
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, just think of it as just like precious metals. Adamantine is one of them. Glaucite is another. There's several others that have weird properties. Some of them they'll radiate you, but they actually help with your weapon hits a little bit. Strangely enough, I mean, not strangely enough, but one of Tor's traits, as far as campaign traits, I believe is that he's a sky metal smith. Nope, he never had those. Never mind, he doesn't have that. No, he didn't have that. Okay, never mind. So yeah, they're basically, think of that as just loot. It's precious metals though. So like jewelry, you can sell that at its full value, so you don't have to have the value on that. Jewelry and art pieces, which there's some tapestries there too. You can sell those at full price versus a half, trying to sell them to someone else, because you could sell those to a collector or an art dealer and be able to get a higher reward. The tapestries, by the way, if you wanted to know about their content, because you might actually have a home one day and want to hang them up. They're all dreary scenes, as I described in the bedroom where they were taken from. Dreary scenes of smoke and mist and desolate areas. So, I mean, nothing really too light as far as the subject matter. None of them are magical or cursed or anything of that nature, but it's just definitely not the uplifting, like a songbird in the air, you know, or bright sunny day with a beautiful landscape there behind it. Nothing, but just like a dismal surrounding.
The ever smoking bottle. This metal urn is identical in appearance to an Ifriti bottle, except that it does nothing but smoke.
Yep, that's one of his favorite items. That was actually on the list. If you would have messed with it, he would have come out of the bottle the first time that you activated it. That he would appear. So
yeah. Well, I mean, it does, you know, obscure vision across a 50-foot spread, but I don't think
you guys might be tired of that at this point.
Yeah, we're a little tired of smoke. So I think
we're a little bit tired of smoke.
So I think I have the prices in here of items that we'd probably want to sell.
Okay. Yeah, you guys, after that one full day and spending the night there in the camp, you're able to pull camp the next morning and continue on your way. If it is Torch that you're going to, or back to Eidenvale, or straight into the direction of the Scar of the Spiders, which is also an option for you, or maybe to Starfall. Whichever way you'd like to go, all paths are open to you here. After you pack up camp.
I feel like there's a Dr. Phil session coming up around the campfire this evening, so we can discuss on which way we're going.
Yeah, that probably is going to come up. Yeah, I mean that's probably going to come up. Yeah. Yeah, let's set the scene for that. Valdrin, they're helping to prepare the meal, cutting the meat in a little bit different fashion. He decides that he's going to make something that's more traditional to the Black Horse tribe, as he stirs in some potatoes and meats, and it seems like he's even able to gather some local roots and other plants that he actually kind of uses to add additional flavor, something that definitely Kylon doesn't think about doing. Valdrin says it's the least that he can do to prepare a meal, you know, in thanks for you rescuing him and saving him. And he's been very thankful the entire time, mentioning it to everyone. He's been very good-natured and light also. He hasn't, even whenever putting his companions down, you could tell there was a little bit of, I don't know, like he kind of folded in just a little bit into just the memories of them and saying some prayers quietly to himself. But he hasn't been anything other than just a very welcoming, good-natured person. Always, you know, being directed by you guys, which is kind of odd because it seems like he is a prince of some sort, you know, to that tribe. but he knows his place in that he has been rescued by this group of brave adventurers known as the Torchbearers, whose reputation is just expanding upon itself without any kind of way to track how quickly it's been doubling, tripling the influence of the Torchbearers and the legends that are following wherever they step. Anyways, he's there cooking, and everyone else is kind of like in their own spaces around the fire. Kylon is kind of strumming his fingers, looking back and forth at the horses and the tents, and then he finally says, "Well, what are we going to do next? What's going on here? We did the tower thing, and we've put the stupid ghost out of his misery, which is wonderful, and we've been able to put the bodies where they need to be, either in the ground or on fire, whichever way they preferred." And he says, now we just have these stupid giants that are singing to themselves and making all sorts of loud noises. And I don't feel really good about leaving them here. But other than them, I mean, we've pretty much done everything that we came here to do. Says, except that we didn't really do anything, did we? He crosses his arms.
Is this Kylon you said?
Yeah.
Kylon, what do you mean we didn't do anything? We weren't able to get information out of Zald because he was already dead. But we have his research notes. And we have a little bit more information than what we had before.
He says, from what I understand, it seems like that body that we found with that invisible stalker guarding it, that we need to go and grab her, and we need to make sure that she never goes to the valley of the whatever it's called, the spider, the scar, the brain collectors, the dominion, whatever. I mean, you guys have said it so many different times. I think there's 4 different places, but we don't need to be going there with the body, right?
Well, according to Zald's notes, they have her memory core, but we probably should not take her body to there. We should maybe take her body to Torch for safekeeping. But we need to go to Torch first and maybe try to get a scroll of dismissal and take care of some other things. As I look at Sunny.
Tor says, "Claws." And he points it over at Alpion. He says, "I need time with a forge. We need to make Alpion fight better."
He's doing just fine, isn't he? But no, really, like,
Or shakes his head no.
Claws badly.
So I'm just imagining like Tor making this like metal like mouth.
The mouthpiece is the hardest part. The mouthpiece
this...
is like, how is he going to make the mouthpiece? I still haven't figured that out. I still haven't figured that out.
Yeah, we will.
If you can find any item that might do that, let me know, because I even looked at Tor's spells, and I'm like, maybe Tor can do something to help the bear.
I know.
I'm like, no.
They can like cap his teeth with like metal.
Oh, he's gonna get a grill, like a grill.
Yes.
Or
says like gangsta across it.
Gangsta.
They can fight harder. Okay.
Yeah, but Tor definitely believes that there needs to be some upgrades that are happening. You can tell. And Tor really wants to get back to a smith, like some kind of a forge or something where he can work. And Connor's forge was great for that. Plus, Delstria, that in Torch, there's the research laboratory that they were putting together was more of a science lab, a medical laboratory that was being worked on. And you believe that they've got to have that finished by now. I mean, you guys have been gone a while now. it must be ready between Dinvaya and Connor working on that. That must be there. And you know what you can do in a medical laboratory? You can have surgeries.
We've only been gone like 4 days from Torch.
No, you've been gone much longer than that, because you remember you traveled down to Marshfield first. Then you went over to the river.
Right. So on mine I have day 42 going to Marshfield, and now we're on day 47.
That's impossible.
No, we've just had really long sessions.
No, it's absolutely impossible. There's a 2-day journey to get to the river. Then you went on the river several days down to Idenvay. Then from Idenvay, you spent several days there, and then you spent another 4 days going to the Choking Tower.
So I have day 40.
You've been 4 more days there.
So day 43, we caught the boat. Day 44, I have us in Idenvay. Because it only took us a day to get down the river, didn't it?
To get there. It was 3 days to get there.
Longer. We just
3 days.
ignored most of the travel because it didn't matter until we got attacked.
Right.
Super scary things.
Right.
And Sunny almost died.
And in Idenvay, remember you spent 3 or 4 days there? I think it's 4 days.
No, we weren't in Idenvay very long.
Yeah, you were. You were
no,
at least
we were
2 nights.
We were kind of ran out of town.
You were 2 nights there in the high home, and then you were 2 more nights at the camp.
I'm pretty sure my days for Idenvay are correct.
I think your days are way off. Way off.
Because we were... So then it would be day 46. We're in Idenvay. Whoops. Hold on here.
Anyway.
Okay. Yeah. It doesn't matter as much into just saying that there were I would say close to 2 weeks, if not more than 2 weeks, separating from whenever you left Torch. If not, we need to slow down the game by important for things to happen. Like the barbarians can't all get together in 3 days and say, let's go ahead.
Oh. Hi, Libby. Welcome back.
Hi, you guys froze. It ended with Doug saying, we need to slow down the game. And then he just froze.
Yeah, slow down the game because barbarians need to move to do things because barbarians can't cross large portions of the world.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
3 times. 3 days. Words.
So, have you looked at the Zoud Tower loot sheet?
Yeah.
Okay, so I put some notes in here. Oh. I think most of the things would be things that Delstria would be carrying.
Yes.
And are you okay with the items that I've listed for sale?
Yes. Looking at everything,
I didn't think any of us would use the Void Frost robe, and we already have a Time-worn Chemalizer.
Yeah, we don't really need 2 of those.
Unless the first one just breaks, but
at that point, I feel like we could probably find something else. So, okay. I
don't know what those rare lab components are. If those are things that would sell or keep. Let me.
I kind of feel like the lab components are just going to be stuff that we're going to give to Connor and Dinvaya. Because I feel like they'd be able to use them.
Probably. And then we have the other cocoon. So yeah, so it looks like if we sell all this stuff here, It's a total of 13,807 gold,
Yeah.
which the 29 divide by 4 is another like 3,451 gold and like 7 silver and 5 copper.
Math. Yes. Okay.
Where'd Doug go?
He had to go potty.
Ah.
Because
It's a
you
good place
vanished.
to be.
So
Yeah, it just froze on me.
it's all good.
So what do we have on that other? So if we sell all that stuff from this sheet and the other sheet here, that's like
I don't
it's a
remember what the
lot
total was.
it's a lot of
It's
gold.
a lot. Yeah, no, it's what happens when we don't sell things for like 7 sessions.
Yeah. I would
Piles up.
also so I would like for us to look for whenever we get to Torch, try to get a scroll of dismissal. It would be 700 gold pieces to get that scroll.
The lovely voice of God has told me that Torch does not have one of those and that we would have to special order it. So we can special order it, but it's going to take time for us to get it.
How much time?
I don't believe
Does it come by carrier pigeon?
Probably. So the length of time was not discussed, but I don't know. I feel like we have a lot to do and very little to do before the next big like time event happens.
I'm back with more coffee.
Welcome back.
All right, so back to TED Talks, or more than that, it's more like a Dr. Phil, isn't it?
I don't know. This feels less Dr. Philly than the last couple of sessions. But so Sunny's gonna kind of look over and be like, and he knows about the thing in my head. Don't hide anything.
Valdrin nods.
Yeah, we need to take care of that soon, Sunny. The last thing we need is your head exploding.
Right, no, I'm quite fond of being in one piece, but also I'm not exactly like thrilled to jump into a chair and be like, yeah, cut me open again. Like, wasn't exactly a fond experience the first time.
Well, Tor and I'll be right there, casting healing spells and making sure that you don't feel anything as much as we can. Just visit the copper coin before we go, and you'll be fine.
Kylon says, yeah, like that will help. I mean, that'll just make her where she's swinging her fists around at anything that gets near her.
Well, I'm sure Tor can handle that.
Hey, I'm not a feisty drunk. Fight me.
Valdrin just smiles with amusement watching the whole interactions between everyone. Tor says, I'll help. I'll make sure that you're okay.
See, Tor's got you.
And if you die, then we can bring you back.
No, Tor!
He says,
which won't happen.
Tor kind of shrugs like he thinks it might actually happen, not understanding he needs to be careful about this.
Hey, Tor, buddy, I don't think this is the glorious death that Gorham has planned for me. I'd really like to not die on an operating table, okay?
He nods. Still not really, like, he can't do anything different at this point, so he just nods. And he's like, okay, we'll protect you. Kylon's like, well, there you go. They'll protect you. I know that I wouldn't want to be inside any of those pods or anything with all those metal arms reaching around. I mean, look what they. And then he stops looking over at Valdra and he says, I wouldn't want that.
Thanks, Kylon. Thanks.
At any rate, we will make sure you're in good hands.
Okay. You can tell Sunny looks terrified. Like, very little gets to her, and this is not something she's cool with.
Valdrin says, do we know that this is a threat that's immediate? Is this something that...
Well, all we know, Valdron, is that it should have already killed her. But for some reason, the one implanted in her either didn't get the signal, or she was out of range, or something. So my concern is that if she does happen to suddenly get into range of whatever sent the signal, or if something triggers it because the signal's been sent, then it's going to trigger the device. So I'm not sure if it's a time thing, a distance, or
Starfall.
Probably.
He looks over at Sunny, and Valdrin now says, Sunny, it is best that you have this done then. If it has to do with being close to Starfall, you know that we must travel there eventually.
I know.
Alpion kind of nuzzles up to you, puts his head down on your lap, and just looks up.
It feels like we're trying to convince a 5-year-old to go to the dentist.
I know, everyone is working on it here together. You'll get a lollipop
buddy.
after.
You'll get a sucker. We'll get ice cream afterwards.
Ooh.
Who's afterwards that Sunny's gonna need? All right, so we go to Torch.
Oh, Doug.
Yes.
So Alyssa mentioned that we would have to order a dismissal scroll. So we'd have to.
You aren't going to find one in Torch, but I mean, Torch is, as we know, it's right on that river. It has a lot of trade to the south, and you can definitely get one. It'll take a few days, maybe, but you can get one. Yeah, it's not going to be like, oh no, you have to jump through all these hoops. You know what I mean? Like, you can get it. So, and scrolls are surprisingly still, like, in this game, scrolls are surprisingly cheap for what you can do. Like, especially for those spells that you're not using all the time. It's super cool that you can get a scroll and use it, you know?
It would be 700 gold pieces for the scroll. I already looked it up.
Yeah, and that's nothing. So I mean, considering what you're going to be able to accomplish with it. So
because it's a level 4 cleric spell. So
right. Yeah, that sounds right. Yep, absolutely. And that's something that Tor can cast with no failure chance. So it's just, for him, it's almost impossible to use those in combat because of his damn ghosts that are always tugging and pulling and fucking with him. So as long as he has it out, though, and, you know, holding it as they're pulling and trying to rip it. Yeah, he can read it. Yeah, he can read it. Yeah, absolutely. So, so that'll work just fine.
It's also a 4th level bard spell as well, so I could even probably.
Ooh.
It's
remember,
also ranger.
4th level bard is higher.
It's a little higher.
Yeah, it's higher priced. Yeah. So yeah, your best version is to have him do it at the lower price. But that's I didn't know it was on your list. That's really cool.
It's also on the ranger list. Don't you have ranger spells, Sunny, or is it hunter spells?
I do, but no. So I have a mix of ranger and druid spells. but my spells are super limited. Like, I don't go above level 6.
And the hunter list is a completely separate list, unlike
I don't
Tor's.
either.
Tor says as long as it's on the cleric list, it's on your list for an oracle. But with a hunter, they have like a customized list, kind of like the bard, where it just applies to her. So
Yeah, pain in the ass is what it is.
it is a pain in the ass. It is. Yeah.
All right, but so we go to Torch. We take care of me. We find this scroll thing to take care of Soho, and then back to Idenvay, I suppose.
Kylan nods. He says, that sounds like the way that we'd be doing it. Resupply a little bit in Torch. Go to Idenvay, get the body, and then wait a minute. What do we do with the body then? Do we go back to Torch then again and hide it, or do we hide it in Idenvay somewhere?
I don't think we could be able to hide it in Idenvay
In your parents'
anywhere.
closet.
Hey, Mom, I know you're really cool about everything. So
Put the
just
Christmas tree in front of it.
Christmas tree right there. No technical agent will ever find that.
this thing with, that Aristotle is super totally cool with. Just Torch is probably the best place to hide it. I mean, they technically knows that there was something in Idenvay, which means that we can't drag our feet too long because there's a good chance they'll send somebody else in there. Especially since, the sisters stopped sending messages.
Valdrin says, I would like to be able to maybe help. He says, perhaps I could meet you back in Idenvay and transport the body, but he says that way you would not have to go back to Torch again.
What's your plan, Valdron? What's your plans whenever we leave the forest?
Valdrin looks over at Sunny and he kind of gives a small smile to her. He says, there seems to have been some treachery that got me in this place to start with. I was told by the leader of the Ghost Wolves that this would be an ally, this wizard that was a smoke wizard. I expected it to be a trap, and did not know it would be such a lethal trap. I will have to go back to the tribe, and Soika Tinkiller will have to have the news of the betrayal. I will not get involved with the tribal politics, but I believe that it will end up quite bloody for their chieftain, and Soika Tinkiller will likely be the clan leader after that, which will be good for us, but the bad thing is there are still other tribes that I must speak with, some of them very far away. My brother and I will be traveling together then and going to these tribes. We do not have much time to build the alliance. We plan on, looks over at Sunny, he says, we plan on not waiting for the spring to attack. We only have a limited number of months before we have a goal of assaulting Starfall. Kylan says, that doesn't make much sense. You're not going to be able to get everybody from all the tribes all together and on the same page. And that's not when wars are fought. Valdrin kind of shrugs and he says, I believe if we give them enough time to assemble their forces, to bring in mercenaries, to use their wizards to fortify their defenses, I believe that we will lose the initiative. Even though only half of our number will probably be available, it is a better chance to strike now very swiftly before their assassins can come and take out multiple chieftains and other high-ranking tribals. He says, we only have the advantage here if we strike quickly before they expect us to. That means during the winter months. It will not be ideal.
So, why do you think the leader of the Ghost Wolves tried to set you up, tried to betray you?
He says, Zolnomag would not want to take a knee. She would not want anyone else controlling her destiny.
A phrase in this time.
Yeah, no, it probably wasn't. He says she would not want to submit or relinquish any of her power. She was very, very hard to deal with, and she had old blood feuds that she would not let go. I could tell that whenever speaking with her. I hate to say this, but some of these things are just internal politics of the tribes, the things that keep us apart, the things that keep us fighting against each other rather than allying, making a strong unity, making Numeria a country with a single voice. He says, I do not want some powerful being like the Black Sovereign to rule us all, but she was not going to relinquish any of her power. I think she thought of me as a threat more than anything that the Sovereign could do, or the Technic League. So she decided to eliminate me.
Interesting. Do you have a way to communicate with your brother to meet back up with him?
He says, yes, that would be very smart, but instead I gave it to Sunny. He nods with a smile, and then he just kind of elbows Sunny. He's like, he says, we were afraid of spies within the League. We did not even know if they could track me, where I was going with these boots. And because of that, I took the form of communication that I had with my brother, but I do have a plan. There was a place that we were going to meet. Close to the Ghost Wolves, he says, close enough to relay a message. He says, and that is something that must be attended to soon, but maybe not too soon. He once again smiles over at Sunny. Kylan nods as you go, he just nods his head. And Kylan's like, I just don't get it.
You don't have to get it, Kylan. Doesn't really involve you.
Valdrin says, I have mentioned to Sunny, he says, especially with assaulting early, I believe that it is a double-edged sword. It helps us with our odds, perhaps, but it only makes something impossible slightly possible. Anything that you can do to help weaken the Technic League or anyone that is puppeting them, he says it would be a great benefit. It would make our odds much, much better. I do not expect there to be some super weapon or some magical force that can make this easy, but if there's anything that can be done to make the casualties fewer, to help our odds against this force of people hiding behind machines and robots and their magical spells, says I would welcome it. Not only welcome it, but I think that all the tribes would reward it handsomely. And not just with items, gems, horses, or land. He says, I think that you would have the, He says the unending respect of the tribes. You would have a voice in being able to shape Numeria.
Sunny's gonna turn to Delstria and speaking in Androphan, because that is our language.
That is. No one else can speak it there.
No one else can. That's the important part. Hey, Delstria, that thing under Scrapwall that Hellion was working on, could that work?
It would take a very, very long time to make it functional, to dig it out. It wouldn't be a viable.
Yeah, the last Delstria looked at that, it was going to take a very long time. And it's hundreds of miles away from Starfall.
All we have to do is give it a little bit of power. Maybe put Hellion back in there, we'd be fine.
Except not really. I mean, it would take us months just to even dig it out, and then, I mean, we're hundreds of miles from Starfall. It's not going to be digging super fast through the earth. It's going to be going slowly.
It's very slow. It's very slow. Yeah.
Okay.
You do know that AIs can be, well, they can take control of and even enhance other robotic bodies.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to risk putting Hellion into something else, though.
Do you see that big scorpion thing on the map? Hellion would love to be in one of those.
I'm sure he would. But unless I can control him.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
So, yeah.
It was a thought.
Valdrin looks over at you, Sunny, again, and he says, "Is there anything else that you would like to share?"
Nope. Anything you want there?
He smiles. He looks at you. He says, "No, nothing I would like to share." He says, "I think everything is out in the open." Kylon almost gags. He says, "Ugh." He says, "Okay." He says, "Well," he says, "how many days is it going to take for us then to get back to Torch?"
Apparently, according to Sunny, 7.
Oh, Delstria, thank you for supporting me. I appreciate it.
Valdrin says, 7 sounds about right. Maybe 6 if we are very quick. Kylon's like, "Well, that doesn't..." He says, "Okay, well, 6 days. I mean, okay." He seems to agree completely with it.
Yeah, we're just dragging our heels. There's bigger things at stake than your love life, Sunny.
Do you say? Kylon looks at you, Delstria, and he says, "Don't be so mean about it." Whispering very loudly.
You're right. There are. But I'm going to take the time that I have.
Well, why don't we go ahead and you can slowly take your time getting to Torch with Valdron, so we can start getting things in place that we need to get in place. I know it separates the party. Yeah.
And we're here breaking rule number 1 again.
Oh, you want to break the party? Oh, okay. I mean, and like super just over dramatic here. I always thought that the tribe stayed together. Wasn't that our like number one pact when we first created the Torchbearers?
Kylon looks down like he's been talked down to as like he's a child. You know, he kind of looks down at the ground. Tor looks at you and he just nods his head. He says, "Dostria, we have to stick together. It's dangerous."
Valdron left his tribe to prepare for the battle and to get things ready. He went ahead.
Valdron just looks around and he leans over to you, Sunny. And he says, "Sunny." By the way,
I have no idea.
there she is. Hey, Libby.
Everything
Libby, why is your internet so crummy?
Ooh, we're getting Libby face. I see it.
Libby, maybe we should upgrade your internet plan.
I have fiber from AT&T Uverse.
I don't. I wish I did.
I don't know. There was a blip and you guys froze, and then I had the server connection error message from Roll20.
Huh.
Anyway,
So I love that comment though about Valdron. Valdron left his tribe. Valdron asked Sunny if she had anything to drink at that point.
yes.
And
Delstria's going to say, we can take all the time we need, but if it's only so you can spend more time with Valdron, I understand that you want to spend time with him, but in the overall scheme of things, there are more things at stake. I mean, damn it, did you guys... I give up.
How's that fiber going, Libby?
Shut up. I give up.
We love you.
That fiber. You know what they've done with the fiber? They've been like, oh, people are streaming stuff at home, so Libby doesn't need anything at nighttime.
Yeah. Well, I
Pretty
think
much,
it's. I need to check and see what channel I'm on, because if lots of people in my complex are on the same
Mhm.
channel, then it slows down my.
Right.
And if I were wired, it would be much faster. But I'm on wireless.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Well,
could find
and
a 50-foot
be-
cable, but
That's what I should have gotten you for Christmas, just a giant cable.
I used to have one. Amanda gave me one a while back, but I gave it back to her
Mm-hmm.
when
Yeah.
my sister was here.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, what else? What else happens? We're getting a little bit out, and then we reset, and then it's
Give
like,
up. Dulce just gives up because she can't get anything out because of the fucking connection.
Poor Delstria. Your role playing has been squashed by a bad connection. It's
Okay.
frustrating.
Well, opening the floor to anybody else. Delstria, do you have anything you'd like to share with us tonight?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, Kyla?
Already you see Tor just kind of looking back like he wants to get up and leave. Kylan's like, well, I think if we're going into it, we need to talk about how there's mentioning of a goddess possibly cursing us all, or at least some of us, and how there's also people who have passed away that are coming now into being around us. I think that should probably be something we talk about, because I think that's important.
I'm going to kind of glance at Tor and then look at Valdrin. Is this a conversation we want to have now?
Valdrin now, he goes, as he lets out a big breath, he's like, oh, he says, and we do not have a cask of ale, we do not have a bottle. He says, Sonny, he says, as I told you, I think that this is maybe something that affects everyone in your group somehow. Maybe it is a time that we talk about it. At least that I say what I know, without any pressure for anyone else to speak.
Okay.
At a character, I am actually surprised that Sunny hasn't purchased like bottles of ale or like bottles of booze.
It's because I got flasks from the company the last time we were in court.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I had booze. Don't worry about it.
It's all gone now. That's all now gone. Valdrin says, he says, I have told Sonny this, and he says it is probably best to share with everyone. It is concerning everyone, I believe. He says, he says, Soika Tin Killer is probably the most powerful of the shamans throughout the tribes. Without her support, he says, I believe that we would be at a great disadvantage against the Technic League forces and other enemies that might have mystical powers. She has performed several readings on me and those I care about have come into focus. Part of this is that she has seen the lost maiden interceding in my path. To speak of a prophecy is not to dispel it. It is not to agree with it completely. And it must be noted that any prophecy given is oftentimes, well, he says, no one really knows, even the prophet, of how things are going to turn out exactly. But she has seen the goddess appearing in my path, and she has said also that it is one that is tied very closely with your entire group. Nadiri is one that we have stories in my own clan about. Most of these stories are very tragic. They did not end very well. And for some reason, it seems that the goddess is, it is not just me or Sunny that the goddess is involved with in your group, but it seems like each of you. And how, I do not know. And I did not ask these things for Soika to tell me. I am only involved in my own path and what she can see for myself. For her own benefit, she did these things because she wanted to know if I would be a good one to follow, a leader of sorts in this time of troubles, to see if there would be something that would be a horrible, cumbersome problem in my way. Obviously, other than what is apparent to all, being the Technic League, the Black Sovereign, any other forces that they control, trying to get the barbarians to agree with anything, the tribes. All these things being obvious, she wanted to look deeper. And that is whenever this came about, this connection with Nadiri. I do not know how deep that goes or what it even means. And Soika herself, she was not going to be able to know with clarity. But I know that I have had enough strange feelings, enough visions of my own to know that there is something important about this. If there was a way to make the goddess go away, I would almost want that. I don't know if she is just here just to watch, or if she is going to do something else. Says, I'm afraid that she is going to get more involved, though. Or she already has. He puts his hand over and puts it on top of Sunny's now. Kylon says, well, he says, if it was Iomedae, I wouldn't be very worried, because I know where Iomedae stands. I know what Iomedae is. I know how she would be able to help us. But if it's somebody we don't even worship, I mean, Tor doesn't worship her. Sunny doesn't worship her. No one here follows that goddess. So for her to get involved, I mean, I think that she should just go away and get out of our business. Let us do what we need to do. I don't like the idea of anyone else interfering, and even if not interfering, just for whatever interest that we have, or she has in us. I don't understand.
Well, no matter our feelings about it, it seems that she is at least becoming part of the story. I think it is something that we just have to accept.
Valdor nods. He says, "Thing to concern ourselves with, I do not think. I mean, if there was a concern, what could we do about it anyways? It says certainly not change things from what we would plan for them to do anyways. Says the only thing we could do is divert in a way that would only hurt us, that would bring about our ends sooner than what is expected. Yeah, that's right. He says, I have already made enough peace with it to know that I'm not going to be changing anything that I do. I am going to use the time that I have, and I'm going to strive for the goals that I have. And he says, I appreciate each one of you. He says, you being allies, you saving my life. It says, in saving the future for me. He says, I do not worry about that. Tor seems to be mute on the subject, not voicing his opinion, which is not too odd in these Phil talks.
Yeah, not surprising.
Yeah. So, should we go off to the traveling and actually getting there, or is there anything else that that Dr. Phil's session is doing? This seems to be a very easygoing Dr. Phil session.
This is a very easygoing Dr. Phil session. I'm impressed. But no, I think at this point, unless Delstria or Kylon has anything to add, Sunny's good.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. Yeah, the night goes on then. It gets to lighthearted discussions, or at least lighter. Pretty much the night goes without any kind of issues into the next morning, where you guys break camp and you are heading off to Torch.
Yay, Torch.
Yay, Torch. So, the question is, Sunny, how many days is it going to take to get to Torch?
At least 5.
At least 5 is a good answer. I think the 6th day is when you should arrive at Torch.
Okay. I'll accept that.
You guys notice that you did take multiple breaks. It wasn't like completely like rough riding, like you're going 14 hours a day of travel. I mean, it's been actually pretty comfortable on the journey back. On the 6th day, you make it back to Torch, and making it back into Torch, which I'll pop up the ye old Torch map. You're greeted with the familiar sight of the city, with the large mound rising up. The Torch itself, just as last time that you were there, you can still see a glowing radiance from the top, that small little speck of fire coming out from the exhaust vents, allowing the city to exist and not get blown up. The rest of the city that you can see looks fairly normal, although it does look like there's arriving 2 different trade caravans from the south just as you're approaching. You don't see any other tents outside of the city that would be composed of large amounts of barbarians. You don't see smoke or fire coming from the city itself. It's obviously not been attacked. It looks pretty normal for Torch. So it's still a place.
So
Delstria is thinking to herself, maybe I should have bought a house here. We come here often enough.
You know what? That's a great idea.
Like,
yeah, the Otterby Manor might be for sale. So, and I think you could afford it. Okay. So getting into Torch, you have your same cast of characters there as before. And soon enough, Connor, Bane, and Dinvaya show up along with Val, of course. And Connor insists that you stay at his place, the same as you always do at the Foundry Tavern. You think at this point you could probably buy a house and all of you stay there comfortably, but instead the Foundry Tavern seems to be just a very short walk away from the Copper Coin, and it is at least comfortable and familiar. And it does have a forge on site, which is something that Tor seems to be to prize, having a forge there.
What was the Merry Maid again?
The Merry Maid, what number is that?
4.
God, what is the Merry Maid?
I don't think we ever went to the Merry Maid. It sounds like it's a bar.
It sounds like it's actually a brothel.
Well, it's Merry
Also-
Maid is in MARRYMAID. Yeah, number 4.
I have no idea. Let me get that out, and we'll see.
It's a bordello.
Is it really?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I mean, I support that.
Wait till Doug finds it here in his book.
It is a bordello.
Yeah, I just googled it. It's a yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You were right, Doug. It's whoever
I
said it
love
was
it that nobody there in the party. You've walked by it multiple times. People waving out the windows at you, and each one of you just walking past.
To be fair, I think that Garmin told us that there was a whorehouse,
He did.
in this
Probably.
area, and
But that was Garmin is the one that actually was in control of this for the most
Mhm.
part. Rennie Dahlren is the one that runs it, though.
I was
A
gonna
half
say,
elf.
Sammy sent over? Because,
That means that this is one of Sammy's establishments.
great.
Well, I'm just wondering if there's anywhere
thing
else
that
in
works.
Torch that we need to go that we missed our last many times here.
That's 35 times.
I don't think so. I mean, there's nothing as far as NPCs that you need to meet. There's a number of places like an alchemy shop and stuff like that, and but there's really nothing that is essential.
Okay.
Yeah. So getting there initially, several of the things that are going to need to happen, obviously, you're going to need to kind of catch up your allies with what is happening. They are going to also report back to you. Connor Bane and Dinvaya specifically mentioning that underneath the torch, they have actually they have created an alternate entryway through the forest by the Otterbees, through this glade of trees, where you no longer have to go through the Weeping Pond,
I'm
and
so
that you can actually enter into the tunnels there in the same spot.
Lovely.
It doesn't really provide much of a shortcut, but it's a much safer way in and out. And not only that, you can actually walk there. And the tunnel is actually concealed from the top well enough with some illusion magic, and then also some just some normal camouflage that are basically pulled back and forth, exposing the tunnel there. It's not quite rudimentary, but it's definitely not like deluxe and super fancy either. The important thing, though, oh my gosh, they have been able to put together the robotics lab, and they've been able to put together the medical lab underneath. And those together, the robotics lab.
Oh,
is
how's our
going to be
spider?
Your spider?
How's our spider? Our
Yes,
our junk
not
golem.
our spider. It's Ilstria's spider.
Oh yes, Junk Golem he's down there. He's actually, you know where a great spot for his spider would be is right around where the tunnel is to kind of guard that and protect it. So that's where he's going to be at least whenever you come into the city, as a guardian there of the tunnel. What in the heck? I just love it. There we go. I'm not finding everything that I need to. Oh my God. Robotics lab, and this is a. Where did you find Connor Bain again? My gosh. Oh, I'm in the wrong section.
What's the little one watching?
Medical lab. Yes. So you have a repaired medical lab and robotics lab at this point.
Nice.
Yay.
You can imagine that there are both Denbaya and Connor were able to use a lot of the computer terminals, giving them power in researching hundreds and hundreds of pages of different documents to see what was needed for maintenance in both of these labs in order to finally get them up and running again. Basically, they just followed directions. But coming up with all the materials.
Something?
Yes, they actually did. They actually documented something. And now you have full use as in the technology guide. And I think it's going to be listed here where we can look it up, technology guide, and let's try to look at labs. Let's search for lab. And you know, knowing this, it won't be where it needs to be. Temporal accelerator? No. Oh, no, you are not. You're not where I need you. There it is. Lab to use to craft medical items like trauma kits, et cetera, et cetera. It's on page Crafting Laboratories, page 16 of the technology guide. And it does not look like the robotics lab is listed, so I have to go with
I think that would be
actually,
a production lab, or
I think it's a production lab is what it's supposed to be. Yeah, there's actually another lab that's listed, but I don't think you had a chance of actually repairing it, but it's not called any of those either. It is a fabrication lab, but I think that, let's go with production lab. So, with this medical lab operational now, you can actually craft trauma packs, med lances, and pharmaceuticals. 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 That's the last time I'll mention that.
so
I
to
don't know
craft
if you can hint any harder that we could be like crafting pharmaceuticals.
They might be the things that are going to keep you alive against all the arcane bullshit you're going to deal with.
What do you mean if we're doing so well so far?
So for the pharmaceuticals, would we then pay the crafting cost instead of the full price?
Right. You pay the crafting cost, and unlike any of the rest of this AP that we've dealt with up into this point, you wouldn't even have a chance to buy those items because there just aren't extras on the market, right? But in this case, you'll be able to actually buy additional supplies of those types at the crafting cost, which is at half value, pretty much half retail value. So you're getting them at a much discounted rate. Let me see here. Crafting. Basically, it's talking about crafting high-tech items in that page before. How much time is devoted and stuff there, but you have NPCs that can actually do that well enough.
Oh. Can they
with a
do
take.
cyber tech in their lab?
No, they can't, and
Can't do
that's
any
kind of a bummer. They cannot do implants, but they can. Let's see here.
Because I would want a biofilter.
They cannot do cybernetics. I would love it if, I mean, that's, I'm not going to say you can't do that somewhere else though, because there is something coming up where you can. And the production lab is basically able to emulate about anything that can be made. It's basically where that Gearsman was. If you remember the Gearsman that was kind of in hibernation that you went and you poked and then he came alive and you killed him real quick.
Yeah.
That's where the production lab is. So it can make, the neat thing with the production lab right now that they're using it for is they're able to make parts to start repairing other places downstairs. Basically, they're able to start putting together more of what was missing. And the production lab is actually going to be one of those key things that could be used to help stabilize the city also, and the exhaust port and everything else to make sure that any missing pieces or degradation over time, because it was degrading over time, would actually be reversed. It said that it would be like 400 years before it blew up, and it was going to blow up eventually regardless. But with the use of the production lab and somebody actually focusing on that, you could reduce that, or excuse me, you could expand that number to maybe 1,000 years from now that you would suffer a meltdown. So the production lab, think of that as basically making anything miscellaneous that isn't really specific. Right now, it's not going to be super helpful, but it could supplement a number of different purposes. So,
Are they able to make nanite hypo guns there?
They cannot make the nanites themselves because the
guns.
nanotech lab would be involved there.
For the nanite hypo guns.
Yeah, I don't think so. But I think that would be a nanotech lab.
Oh, yep, it is.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm afraid that would be a nanotech lab. At least the medical lab gets you part of the way there. You can make like lots of weapons. But you know, the production lab actually could probably make some basic, simple weapons and could produce like the sky metals and such with great ease. So it could be another way that you could end up having a adamantine clubs or things like that, or mace. So there is actually a number of materials that are sky metals that the production lab could easily work with, whereas most of the craftsmen there would have to have a intense fire, such as the forge or the the torch, to be able to work on those. So the production lab can actually spit those out really quickly. I'm going to see how many. A laboratory that uses power from a generator applies the listed charges, dedicated yield for as long as the work continues. I'm not sure how much these can produce is the thing. Make sure they're for unlimited availability.
I think I'm going to be titling this session "Fuck My Internet."
Maybe it's, I don't know what it could be, Libby. I mean, if you have fiber, it shouldn't be cutting out that way unless you have the wireless router is causing problems.
Yeah, it could just be that because I'm on the wireless connection. I don't know. I mean, it's like my router is in the other room. It could just be that there's. I'm gonna have to log into the router itself and see what channel I'm on and see what other people are on. Find a different channel.
Yeah, that might be the key to it right there. I mean,
It actually blipped on me yesterday whenever I was on a call with my manager. We were talking.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And he was like, "Oh, you cut out for a second there." And I'm like, really? I'm like, usually my internet only cuts out during game night.
Right? It just waits. It
Yeah.
waits for game night.
He thought that was amusing and laughed, but.
Mm-hmm. I love it. It's so true, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, is it time for a surgery? Are we still on break? Libby, you need coffee
I have
or
cocoa.
rum or something. You're starting all of your yawning now.
Rum will not keep me awake.
Oh,
Okay,
rum.
yeah, but I need you to not be yawning right before we go into surgery. Kadoki?
Yeah, you need to have a steady hand because aren't you the one conducting this surgery?
No, wouldn't that be Connor or Denvaya?
Uh-oh.
Someone with
no,
more.
No, I
Someone with more.
Delstria because Delstria rolled like 800,000 plus on all of her rolls.
Uh-oh.
My
He
survival.
said he was so.
My
What-
survival only has
It's
a plus
not
5.
No, it's a freaking like technological spellcrafty thing. You should have at least 9 points in it.
Uh-oh.
Well, if it's
Luck,
spellcraft,
whatever it's called.
You know what happens when this fails?
You know what
if it's-
happens when it fails?
I do. Yeah, I do.
We're going back to fucking Marshfield and you're putting me in a goddamn new body.
You're
don't
gonna
wanna-
find one of your dad's bodies and stuff me in there.
You don't
All
want
of
to
a
be
sudden,
in.
you're gonna be walking around like Delstria's dad.
You don't want to be in one of those bodies.
That's gonna make the love relationship with Valdrin a little bit more complex.
But not with Tor.
It's gonna make a lot of things more complex. All right.
Then I'll
Oh,
really have
God.
daddy issues.
Uh-huh.
So
Wow.
if
Okay.
it's a spellcraft check,
Creatures killed in this manner cannot be revived by breath of life or
Raise
Yes.
dead.
yeah, we know.
okay.
No, I've only read this stupid thing like 100 times because I need to have some control over what's
So-
going to happen. I'm so scared.
Well, I think depending on what the
What?
roll is on should determine. Because if it's a spellcraft, I have a plus 13. If it's survival, I only have a plus 5.
I feel like it's going to be spellcraft because it's going to be technology based.
If it's like a disabled device
Oh,
kind
God.
of thing,
I don't like laughing.
if it's like a disabled device kind of thing, then it won't be an issue for me, really. I mean, because I would have a
No
Plus-
problem.
plus 14.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine all of us sitting like around a table and like Delstria being like, no, as long as I can do this and this, Sonny, you'll be fine. But I don't know. Once we open them up, if it's anything deeper than this, it's gonna have to be one of them. Like,
Oh boy. Just to let you know, this is definitely going to be a survival heal check. And a person without the technologist feat is going to take a -5 penalty to this.
Well, I have the technologist feat. Doesn't Connor too?
Let me check.
And I think
Yes, he
Denvaya
does.
would too.
Yes, he does. Now
So
I'm
for-
going to have to go get multiple books. Hold on, I'm going to get everyone's stats.
I didn't
I
know
mean,
that we were
can.
jumping right into surgery.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
we can. I mean, we can just leave it in there if you want, but
No, because I need to get back to Starfall, and I'd really like for my head not to explode when I get too close. So
And we don't know that's going to happen. Maybe it's defective. Oh, he's giggling.
Denvaya is going to say that she doesn't know much about putting people back together, but she could definitely work on repairing machinery. That's definitely more her forte. She has 0 ranks in heal.
Oh, what about Connor?
Priestess of Bree?
Yeah, well, yeah, mechanical things. Remember, that's what they are all about. Mechanical things.
Oh, a priestess. How do you have? Never mind. Okay.
Well, she's a priestess, but she doesn't have any. Yeah, she's a priestess to mechanical things. It seems like.
Cool.
Yeah. Here's the thing that I will allow. I will allow for lab assistants to be able to help to give a +2 to this roll, and these two. Let's see here. Oh my God. Connor Bain does not have that skill either. Not 1 rank in it.
What about Tor?
Tor does not have the technologist feat, so he'll have a -5 to it. But he could be the main person doing it, and if you and Connor and Denvaya were helping to assist, you could each give a +2 to the roll.
Well, what's his survival total bonus?
Let's see what it is. I think it's pretty high.
Cool. So while y'all are discussing this, Sunny's definitely searching this bar for literally anything.
Tor has 2 ranks in survival.
Yeah, but if he has okay, but is it a class skill, a train? Does he have what's his total?
No, it's a 2 total.
So it's
Here's the funniest thing. Do you want to know the funniest thing? Kylon, the one that swings around the great sword and is a fanatical worshiper, he has a total of 8 before rolling a d20. He has the highest among everyone in the group. He has. Now, can you imagine him trying to do it? He's like, what am I supposed to do?
Nope. No. So Sunny is like going through cabinets at this point. Fuck you and fuck out.
So if I get
assume you did it. Let's assume you did it, Delstria. What would your total survival heal ranks be, or total score, or whatever total be?
So I have 5 total in survival. If I get a +2 from the robotic assistants, and if I use my archaeologist luck to get another +2, that would give me 9.
And then you'd have 2 assistants that actually have the technologist feat. So I'd allow them to roll to try to assist you. And if they got a 10 or higher, then they would give you a +2 each. So you could have a total of a +4 from them. Oh, God.
Would I have gained any knowledge from reading my father's books?
Yes. You know what? I will allow you to have the bonus from your father's books of a +5 on this.
So,
absolutely.
So just by myself, then I could have a +14.
Yeah, there's no way you can mess that up.
Well, what's the DC on this? Do we?
The DC is going to be 30.
Everything.
Wait, did my archaeologist?
Sunny's gonna step outside for a hot minute.
So we could have a +18 if they aid me and help me.
Right, and all you have to do is then get a total of I mean, you could spend some hero points, you know?
Yes. I would probably have to.
And we know after you spend a hero point, there's no way that you're going to roll a 1 through 3 on a die.
Yeah.
Hey, Will.
There's
Don't
like
you have that juju with the air, okay?
There's like an 80% chance of failure still. I think you can do it. I think you can definitely do it. Yep.
I'm looking something up here real quick.
I look. There's no spell that Tor can use to help you on this. This is a this is a longer surgery too. So this isn't going to be something that's resolved in a round or two. You know what I mean? So I'll still let you use your archaeologist luck, but I'm going to say that you drain all of it for the day during crucial moments where you need to do something very specific in the procedure that might be a higher technical need.
That's okay.
Oh my gosh. Must succeed at a fortitude save or be instantly slain.
You can make a fortitude save.
Yeah, you can make a fortitude save. That's easy.
Even if I fuck up.
Yeah.
Okay, we're praying to all the gods of Golarion.
Okay, so
even
so
the ones that
all of them.
All
you
of
go
them.
down into
Even
the tunnel.
The evil ones.
All of them. You go down this tunnel. You see that they've sealed up the entrance to the Darklands, which is great. So there's no longer a hole there going down where the Vegapygmies disappeared to. Your golem accompanies you if you want it to, trotting up right along. It can hold like the scalpel and stuff for you.
Scalpel. Wipe my forehead.
I absolutely love this that Delstri is the one performing the surgery, by the way.
I don't.
Okay. You make it down to the medical lab, and it does look like it is in good condition. No longer are there short-circuiting machines on the walls or anything. It does look like Dinvaya and Connor put this place back together. It's been swept clean. No more debris, no more pieces of machinery or robots that are left over from your battles. Everything here looks pristine, and it looks like it's ready for a new patient. And that new patient specifically is somebody that has something that is attached to her, the back of her brain, right at her brain stem, that might be a bomb. A pretty nasty thing too. I mean, the procedure is going to be quite complex, Delstria, but you think that you can with Connor and Dinvaya helping you. You think that you can go through the process, and you can protect your ally here and get this explosive device and the transmitter out of her head. It's going to take about 4 hours of surgery that you're imagining.
Okay.
Sonny, what are you doing at this point as Valdrin is there with you, holding your hand? Do you want to go through with this?
No. Yes. I know that it's necessary. I know that it's necessary. Like, I know it's necessary.
Okay.
I'm gonna die.
Valdrin squeezes your hand and he says, "You'll not die today. You'll be fine."
I promise you, Sonny, that I will take care of you. You'll be fine.
Kylan starts praying to Iomedae, and his response,
That's not helping.
"That's not helping. Stop praying." Yeah, Tor is like pacing outside. The door's shutting, and he just is pacing outside as the door swings shut. He's not even able to put himself in the room. Connor's like, well, he says, it is going to take some time. He says, we'll have to put you under for the procedure. You'll be quite groggy whenever you wake up.
How do we even do that in this game?
I'm sure there are some injectables there that are going to be used from the medical lab, we'll say. He says, we'll do everything that we can here to help you
Delstria, in the procedure, but it'll take your fine eyes and hands working the machinery to be able to use the pinpointed lasers to extract this. And you can see that it's basically going to be her laying inside of what looks like a glass coffin, and there's a robotic unit that's kind of hanging there, just arms of it and a little bit of some wires and stuff, but you'll be directing this from outside of the cocoon. And you can see that you can magnify it and actually get right on in there.
You know what this reminds me of? Is a company that I interviewed with a couple of years, a year and a half ago, that had developed this technology to do heart catheters, and it was a magnet, and so on the outside of your body were these giant magnets that used to move. You used a joystick and you moved the magnet through the person's veins to their heart to get it into place. It was amazing technology.
Well, that's really cool, actually.
But
yeah, I think that's really. I think imagine that as you're going into that situation. Yeah. The coffin opens up, Sonny, with a hissing sound, and it looks like it's spraying gases in there. And Denbaya says, she says, "I'm so glad that we got that repaired." She says, "There's antiseptics that were actually sprayed in there. It's to make sure that you don't get sick afterwards. You don't get infected with anything." She says, "You'll be in that same screen the entire time, Sonny. It'll make sure that the surgery, once it's completed, your healing time is almost instantaneous also." She says, "Quite a marvelous thing, actually."
Out of character, I can also cast a cure spell.
Oh, her head will blow up before you have a chance to do that. Yes, but true.
As I'm looking at the super incredibly awesome glass coffin that Sonny's definitely not terrified of, so let's say that something goes wrong and I do explode. Are you guys going to be safe?
Connor looks over at Denbaya. Denbaya looks over at him. She says, "If
I don't think
she
it's
says,
a huge
don't worry
explosion.
about us." What's that?
I don't think it's a huge explosion.
No. It's all
internal,
focused inward.
It is, but Sonny is also concerned about her people. Delstria, I swear to anyone, if I die, I am coming back to haunt you. Do you understand me?
Valdrin says, "Oh, no. Now, come on now." He says, "No one will be doing any haunting today."
No, she'll do it tomorrow.
He says, "We have had enough ghosts already." He says, "You will be just fine. I will be here the entire time."
Okay.
With that, they have you stripped down, taking off your armor and everything, and you lay face down in this coffin, and you hear this whirling sounds, and as the coffin lid closes on you, there's these small little speakers that Delstria is able to use to speak to you and communicate with you while you're laying in the coffin. Delstria, you can put her under whenever you want, or you could say something else before injecting her with the sedatives. I expect you to say, "What's this big red button?" and then go ahead and sedating her.
What's this too, boop?
But
my God,
inspiring confidence in my patient.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the first time you've been a doctor like this. You remark on that to the others in the room, and they nod.
As the coffin is
I
closed,
mean, I'm used
Valdrin's-
to, carefully extracting things out of dirt and, but
it's
it's
kind of
an
the same
archaeology-
thing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Then Vaya looks over at Connor and she says, "Okay," she says, "We have read the manuals on this, Connor. We can help. We can help in this." And he nods his head. He says, "Okay." He says, "I'll be watching for vital signs, and then Vaya here will be able to make sure that all the machinery is still functioning. She can run diagnostics during the entire thing. We'll let you know if there's any change."
Can't believe
And they both look
Dulstria has
over.
to do this.
They both look over at the barbarian, which is now gripping the handle of his broadsword, and you see he's just gripping it in the scabbard still, just gripping it over and over again. And Valdrin is just focused completely in on Sunny, which is laying there prone.
All right, so
All right, I think the surgery shall begin.
with a click of a button,
I'm
yes.
so
Well,
So-
we're gonna roll for the aiding.
First, I am going to spend a hero point because this is something Dulstria doesn't want to fuck up. to get a plus 8. Yes.
+8 to this. Okay, good.
'Cause of my name,
Denvaya. Denvaya will roll hers first to see if she's. Oh God, Denvaya does not aid you.
Doug, I don't think you understand. Like,
You want to spit out your drink, Alyssa? Denvaya, looking at the control panels, she's like, "Oh," she says, "these systems are not reading correctly." She says, "There's too much pressure here." She says, I'm certain that we put everything back together." She says, "but it looks like it's threefold what it should be here." She says, "Be careful there with those lasers. They could cut too deeply."
Oh, fuck.
Connor, meanwhile. Connor! Oh God! Oh God! Connor, meanwhile, he's saying, he says, "There's something wrong with the vital signs here." He says, "I show that she should be completely under right now, but there's a lot of activity still from her brain. I don't know if she's still, maybe it's a very vivid dream or something that she's going through." He says, "Possibly something there that's happening. I can't make it out, but everything else looks to be fine. She does have a lower heart rate than expected, though." And finally, the master herself, as Dulstria looks around and she slams her hand down on the one big button.
I can't do it. I'm gonna cry. Like,
Okay.
So far, I just want you to know they did not do a critical. They didn't roll 1, so they're not subtracting from your roll, but they're not helping you. So that you're not getting any help from your assistants. So you need a total of a 30 through your own efforts, or Sunny's head is going to blow off.
No pressure.
So let me know about all of your bonuses before rolling, and we'll do this very slowly because it's a very, very important roll.
Okay, I have a plus 8 for my hero point.
Okay, good. That's a good thing. 8. Okay, that's almost a 30 already.
I have a plus 5 from the books.
Yeah, good. Dad did actually have quite a bit of surgery knowledge, and
Yes.
yeah. Okay, good. That's good.
A plus 2 from my archaeologist luck.
You'll need to be lucky for this. You're at a total of a plus 15. You're halfway there.
And then I think that's all of my bonuses. The rest is just going to be included in the roll.
Well, and then that's add in your level bonus, which is great. So that's okay. Good. All right. So so you need a total of a 15 or higher on this, then, from what I understand with the roll, right? Yeah, you'll need a 15 or higher.
Shit, is that right?
Wait, what do you mean? Shit, is that right? No, there is no shit, is that right?
Look at Libby. Shit, is that right?
Well, so I think. Hold on. Oh, I rolled
no.
it.
Yes!
Holy shit. All right, so the brink of death here.
Oh my god. Shit, is that right?
Like that's the last thing that Sunny hears as she goes out. Like,
Oh, Delstria, it is a long 4 hours. Like you're sweating,
Good
and there's
Lord.
times where the electrodes almost make contact, almost causing a preemptive explosion. There are some fail safes you didn't even know about on this thing, where if it's disconnected from her vital signs long enough, it'll automatically detonate. There's also 2 prongs that are going right into her spinal cord, which if they're removed too quickly, they actually would sever parts of her nervous system. And each one of these little things with these little microscopic little lasers that you're using, and you're staring into this monitor as you're doing it, it's multiple times you almost just barely touch enough to cause the laser to go off course from where it should be severing connections. This is not as easy as you thought it would be.
Oh, well,
You thought this would just be one of those things where you go in and you clip, and you just throw it out behind you. It's not like that at all. It takes all of 4 hours for you to finally sever the parasitic implant. And with the small little hand in the device, you go ahead and you reach down from the coffin, pulling up with the little robotic hand this mass that was attached within Sunny. And it looks so small. It looks so tiny as it's dangling there, so innocent. But as you were viewing it at 40 times its actual size through this monitor, you know that it was much worse. It's much bigger of a deal than what the naked eye could perceive. And finally you get it out and you spin the hand down the little trackway, and a opening appears, and right as the hand drops it, a suctioning sound as it sucks it out of the chamber and actually puts it into a waste containment area, sealing up the coffin once more. And then from then on out, it's just patching her up,
Cure
which
light wounds.
magic can do on its own. Valdrin, for his part, has been not pacing, not asking questions. He's just been staring the entire time. And whenever you're done, you look back at him and he looks to you. And Dinbaya says, I think that's it. I think we got it. Connor, looking at another monitor, he says, yeah, he says, everything looks good now. All we have to do is just spray the antiseptic and open up the... And Dinbaya says, oh, who cares about that? We can just open it up and heal her.
Yeah,
You end the procedure preemptively, saving some of the chemicals for maybe some other patient whenever you're not there that they're going to be operating on. And God protect that soul if Connor and Dinbaya are having to do any kind of operation when you're not here. And the coffin lid opens, and once again, mist spraying throughout the room. It opens up, and you are revived, Sunny, almost instantly as you wake up with this soreness in the back of your neck.
I cast Cure Light Wounds.
Okay. And that's all that's going to be needed to kind of seal up that small little incision point and problems there. And the benefit of magical healing is it doesn't leave scars.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, all of you would be like 5 or 8 charisma points lower than what you are right now with the shit you've gone through. Sunny, your eyes open up and you're a little bit groggy. It feels like you're under some kind of a spell effect, you know? But soon after that, the grogginess goes away and there's just a small pain in the back of your neck, which is soon relieved as you hear Delstria casting a healing spell. It's gone.
I guess if I had anything that increased my wisdom, that would have given me a little bit more of a bonus.
Now she says it!
So the last thing that Sunny hears is, "Oh shit, is that right?" And the first thing she hears as she comes up after you casting the spell is, "I wonder if I could have done that better."
I want you to know you were 2 points off on that roll from having a very, 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 very bad thing happen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, that would have been interesting. Let's see here. Let's just say that was your 4d6. That would be a 24 fortitude save to keep from having your head blow off at that point.
I got a +10 to my fortitude save.
Yeah, surely you'd be fine. Yeah. So anyways, it's out of you now though. There are not no more voices. There's not even going to be a tingling anymore. It's finally over with. Valdrin reaches over to you and he puts his hand in yours and he says, everything is fine. Sunny, he smiles. He says, you're okay. And he gives you a big hug.
Yep, I'm okay. Thank you. Delstria, thank you.
Anytime. Just don't make it a habit of me having to take things out of you.
Yeah, no, this is a one-time thing. We're not doing this again.
Valdrin smiles over to you, Delstria, and he says, you're amazing. He says, thank you for doing this. He says, you have no idea. Maybe you do. He says, you've done a great thing here today.
Well,
I don't think anyone else could have.
Out of character. Obviously, nobody else could have.
I love it that, you know what, I just love it that the knowledge bonuses and craft bonuses and stuff of these 2 NPCs are like +10 to +15, but they could not do any surgery. Nope, could not do that. Well, Delstria, I am very, very happy for you because you did not kill your friend.
Thank God.
I'm also very, very happy that you didn't kill your friend.
Okay, well, if you ever need a cranial bomb or if you need any kind of transmitting device, you have both of those things in a trash container now.
Yeah, we might want to take.
Why?
Should I disarm the cranial bomb?
We can assume that you've made it to where it is harmless at this point. You'd have to install it with a DC 25 to install it back into a new person if you'd like to.
The transmission, is it all one thing?
No, you could separate the 2 of them. With you being successful in that, you've done enough that you could have those 2 things separated.
Or maybe the transmitter would be handy to keep.
Yeah.
For
as like a
what?
keepsake.
Yeah, here you go, Sonny. This is what was
whenever people keep like. Of you.
Well, people keep random things that get taken out of their body.
Oh my God, I love it.
We're good. Thanks.
They do though, don't they? They keep kidney stones and all sorts of weird things. Why not keep a cranial bomb? Yeah.
Okay, no. Delstria, you were the one who was super concerned about the fact that they were using it to track me. Why wouldn't they use it to track me? Why would I keep it?
As a memento?
The door opens and Tor and Kylon both come in, and they, seeing you haven't dressed yet, Kylon looks away like he's just seen a vampire. Tor comes right towards you, and he grabs your arm in his, and he holds it, and he smiles at you. Kylon, as he's turning away, he says, "I'm really glad that you're alive." He says, "But a little bit of clothing would help too."
Oh, Kylon.
Kylan, you have to get over this, man.
He says, "There's nothing that I need to get over with." He says, "It's just not right." Valdrin just chuckles a little bit. He says, "One of my brother's concerns is unfounded, obviously." He looks at you and then looks at Kylon, and then he just smiles again.
No, I don't have the energy to deal with that. I'm going to punch him when I
Not until you put clothes on.
That's right. All right, so you get dressed.
I do get
now
dressed.
It's to market. I'm sure there's some celebration that day at the Copper Coin, but there is a number of things that you guys need to sell, and there is only one very special thing that Tor needs to do, and that is to spend the money on making Bear's other claw adamantine, so it actually can attack with both claws against robots.
Yeah.
And if you find anything for its mouth, possibly as Libby was coming up in her mind, then that is something else also that probably would be a good thing for Bear accessories.
We're going to look into the mouth thing, but why is Tor's not spending money on Bear Claw? Sunny
Yeah, he is.
No.
Yeah, he is.
No.
And
No.
Tor also has a fresh round of presents for everyone in the party, too.
No. No.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
So, if we sell everything that we have listed to sell, each party member gets 9,219 gold pieces.
Jesus Lord.
It's been 6 sessions since we've sold anything.
I know. You guys needed to get to Torch like 3 sessions ago, huh?
I know.
That's really good.
That's gold pieces.
Now remember too that you're supposed to be only getting half
yes.
Half worth because of the automatic bonus progression. So that is actually really good.
And 2 silver and 5 copper. So let me put that over here in the chat for 9,219 gold pieces. 2 silver pieces.
Oh, you guys have no idea what he's going to be getting for you. 3. So you're going to force him not to buy something for you. Is that what it is?
Yes, he's not spending
What
money.
else is he going to spend gold on, Alyssa?
Armor, weapons, magic items, anything that can help him.
He has a weapon. Let him buy us things.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, it's
no. No, I will spend the money for Bear Claw.
Okay, well, he is going to spend all of the money that he had before and this money to buy each person in the group something.
Well, he shouldn't spend that much.
Well, he just did.
I mean, if he wants to just buy, like, here, have some chocolates.
Tor could be like a chocolates kind of giver, but he's really not. He is going to present to you after well, a period of days, because it is going to take a period of days here to try to sell things. Oh, let's roll for, we're waiting on that scroll, aren't we?
Yeah.
Let's say 4 days more in Torch. Not even a week. That's really lucky.
So I will spend the gold on the scroll.
Okay. Tor at the copper coin. Since I can roleplay this out and we can go backwards in time or whatever, but he is going to be joining you at your table, which, by the way, now has a plate on it. Not a dining plate, no. A metal plate made out of adamantine on the edge of it.
Ooh.
That says reserved for the torchbearers.
Aww.
And it has been affixed permanently to your table.
Aw.
And whenever you have arrived in town, you notice that all of a sudden, no one is allowed to sit at that table anymore.
Damn
Every
Skippy.
single time you come into the copper coin,
Nick?
it is set there.
Quick question for you. Bloodguards are still here, yes?
What's that? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wait, blood cars.
Yep. And
blood guard.
Maldron does go and speak with them during this time period. More importantly, though, during one of your meals, Tor pulls out of a sack that he's had on the table. He pulls out 3 talismans, and he hands one to each one of you. Each one of the talisman has looks like pretty much a symbol of a torch on it. And these talismans themselves are to go on around your neck. So it would take up.
Oh,
What the
was
fuck?
Oh, that was just Doug. Okay.
It was just Doug. Yeah, no. You're safe this time. Although I am really salty that apparently everything involves the next slot. I have like 4 things to go on my next slot right now, and this is not acceptable.
Yeah, I don't know why you can't have multiple things around your neck. It just doesn't make sense.
Thank you. I can wear multiple necklaces.
Yes. And you can wear up to like 10 rings.
Bye, Doug.
Yep, he gone.
He gone.
Hey, you guys went away.
Are you sure? Because
We were
I was-
here.
so.
You went away. God,
Okay.
internet. He is going to gift you each with a lesser talisman of life's breath,
Ooh.
which those only activate one time,
Oh god. All right.
and then the magic is consumed. But if you die, it automatically will cast life's breath on you.
I need to look that spell up.
This is it is automatic. It's no action of yours. You have no option to say no. I'm not going to have life's breath cast on me. Breath of life. Excuse me. Breath of life is the spell. This takes up a next slot, so you can't have any other next slot items,
I know.
including a rod of smoking whatever the hell.
Gripping
I'm like,
smoke.
fact that everything I have is like next slotted right now, and we're gonna have to fix that.
Yep. You notice that what he has on already, his talisman, he's actually had it change the emblem on it, also to show the torch of the torch bearers. He has 3 talisman that he wears. Things which Kylon in the past was very curious, like why he was wearing them. These are obviously, it looks like these are creations from the tribes, from the Kelid tribes. He hasn't had to use his talisman yet, but he almost had to.
A little bit. It's okay.
Yeah.
He's fine. We're all fine.
Is this a wondrous item that's already in the?
It is. Yes, it is a wondrous item that's already. It's an actual official. Very fitting for Kellic kind of people.
You both kind of blipped out on me, but I did get that it is a
talisman, comma lesser.
Libby, did you find it?
I haven't.
There you go.
I was
Perfect.
trying to get the my internet back, so.
Okay, so that is his purchasing of things, and then I'm not sure what Kylon is going to be purchasing, but now he has a talisman.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what I'll be purchasing either, but
Stuff. I need better armor. Bear needs better armor. I need a lot of things.
You do need a lot of things.
I do.
Okay, I'd recommend, because it might be a while before you get back to a shop again, and you might have a lot more money next time you go to Torch. You might think of things that you would need or maybe having issues with recently, I should say.
We have our what we can buy. Although, can we theoretically buy excuse me, whatever we want, since we're going to be here for...
Theoretically, you can buy whatever you want. It's not going to be an issue. Yep.
Okay.
Even poisons and black market items and any of that stuff, even if you wanted to, even though I know you won't. But yeah, you can buy about anything here in this place.
Okay.
Our biggest issue has been undead things.
I think your biggest issue...
Arcane magics.
Okay.
Magic-y undead things.
Magic-y undead things. Seconded by Clouds. You don't seem to like Clouds much.
Things that are intangible.
Maybe this will mean that Kylon is going to get a Swarm Bane clasp.
They're so nifty.
Which means that he can do
Swarm
full
Bane
damage
clasp.
to swarms that he attacks.
Oh, Dr. Dre had a brain aneurysm.
Oh my God. Okay.
I had
All
a
right,
news
then.
alert.
I heard that. That was a very important one that they got to you. Okay. Okay. Let's see. What else?
So that was a...
What else would he want?
What was that? A clasp of Banes? Of Swarm Bane? Is that what you said?
Swarm Bane clasp. Mm-hmm.
It's in the magical list of things you should probably have from Doug.
Yes.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Hey, that might be a good place to look too for things. Wow, you are so
I
smart.
have a couple of good ideas on there.
Just one or two. Just one or two. You know,
I just need to find where that sheet is.
not too many though. Oh.
It's in the drive somewhere. Under loot list, maybe? I don't remember.
Oh.
I don't know.
My.
Things got moved around, so
OMG,
There it is.
Becky.
look
What's wrong?
at her butt.
Look at her butt. Kylon would want more than anything to make his sword holy.
That's a +2 though. Does he have the?
Let's see. That's 6,000 gold, I think. Oh my gosh, I think he's going to be able to.
Well, wouldn't it be the difference between whatever he has up to? Because isn't his sword a +1 right now?
No, it's just an adamantine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's we're only adding in the enchantments go on to it, or enhancements, I should say. Let's see here. What
So it's
enchantments,
8,000.
enhancements? Uh-oh, I think it goes 2 to 8. I think you're
2
right.
to 8. Mm-hmm.
Wow, would he spend most of his money on that?
Yes.
He definitely would, and you know why? Because it's a weapon. Yep, that's what he would do. Okay, forget about the Swarmbane clasp. Sorry, he doesn't have the money for that. He's instead getting a holy sword. Oh, holy sword. Which is going to involve Valdrin teleporting away with his weapon to the west to find a Mindov Crusader heading to the World Wound and to actually have it enchanted there.
That was a lot of static I just had on that, but I think I caught that.
Libby, if you can't hear things, just nod and smile. It'll be fine. Be like, mm-hmm. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, so my weapon right now is a shocking short bow. And that shocking is a +1, right?
Right.
So if I wanted to put something else on there that was a +1, I would just pay the difference between the +1 and +2. So it'd be 6,000, right? Okay.
Right. Mm-hmm. And that would be another +1. You could have it a shocking corrosive.
What the fuck are you doing? Go back.
Oh my gosh. Holy is just the best thing ever. Oh, he's just going to love it. Plus 2d6 points of damage against everything evil. Oh my gosh.
Oh, he's going to love that.
Yeah, it's just wonderful. Okay. Take that, evil things. Mm-hmm.
Golem Bane Scarab. What the hell does that do?
Golem Bane Scarab is pretty cool, but I don't think it'll work against constructs. Let's see. Let's see. It might be just very specific to golems. Yeah, it's just golems. And they are magically created automatons. And they can be really nasty, really, really hard to kill.
Something tells me we might be encountering those if it's on this list.
Pish posh. Okay, let's see here. Anything else that you'd want to do? 1,000 is enough to get something added to your plate mail. Oh my gosh.
I should probably do something to I've increased my damage with that thumb ring last time. Maybe I started to do something for my armor.
That might be a really good idea. It seems like people get killed. Pretty good killing going on. Let's see here.
I have a mithril chain shirt, so.
Shopping session. Woo woo. Yeah, he's gonna keep his 1,200 gold. You might have to fall back on Kylon's gold someday. 1,200. Let's see. Maybe. Oh, how are the healing sticks doing? Maybe Kylon needs to buy a healing stick for 750.
So I have a full Cure Light Wound wand.
Oh, do you? Okay.
And then my other one has 15 charges still.
Oh, then that shouldn't.
Because we've been able to use spells primarily to heal, so.
Yeah. Okay, no worries then.
And I also have 2 Cure Light potions and 3 Cure Mod potions. Although I might get a couple more of, those antitoxins and anti-plagues and things are handy if we don't have my spell to help with.
Those have been really useful.
Yeah. Okay, so armor.
All these things are too expensive.
Poison-resistant armor.
Wow. Yeah. That's actually pretty cool too. Oh my God.
I just don't know what some of these things do for the armor, so I have to read it. Some of these abilities.
Okay, Kylan's upgrading his armor too. He's going to get crusading armor, which helps him to uses his lay on hands to activate a higher bonus on the item or on the armor. So, okay.
I don't see that as a
Crusading.
Yeah, I don't see that as an armor special ability.
What's funny what's funny is the system reference document is pretty shitty. So some things don't come up where they should. And Archives of Nethys is probably more thorough, but then trying to get a description from it on anything is almost impossible. So this came from a source in 2014. So it isn't even like a really a really brand new source or anything, like 2018 or something, whenever they were last producing. So I don't know why it wouldn't be on the list, but that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's not on the system reference. I mean, granted, I can pull my books out. I have my books all over here, but
they wouldn't have it because it's from Advanced Class Origins, 2014. Oh. Yeah, but it's kind of weird. Anyways, Alyssa, are you thinking about purchasing things? Are you very busy shopping right now? I figured you were. Okay, good.
Of course, I'm busy shopping right now.
Shopping is the most important thing.
So where did you find that, Doug? On the armor?
One thing that you can do whenever searching is I put, let's say on a search term with the search bar there, I put lay on hands because I wanted to look at armor that might be affected by his lay on hands ability. And then after it pulls the results, the third selection over from all results, it goes to classes and then magic items. So I narrowed the selection by clicking under magic items.
Where did you search? Did you search on the system reference on Nethys?
Yeah, system reference. System reference. Yep. And there, this search feature is going to come up, whereas individual pages have never been updated. This search function will actually be a lot deeper, so it'll grab a lot more things that you normally wouldn't get. So in this case, I typed in the search function, lay on hands, searched, and then rather than having all results at the very top left, I clicked over on magic items, and then it narrowed down to magic items. And crusading is like the 6th thing down on the list.
There it is. Okay, so it is in the system reference. But...
Oh yeah, it is. There's many things like charts and pages are not updated.
Okay, magic armor and shield special abilities, but I don't.
And it won't be there though because that list doesn't cover everything. It's silly.
But it's on the sub pages.
Right. Isn't that crazy? I know. Is that frustrating or what?
Oh, let me just open up every single one.
There you go. Libby's gonna dig deep. So let's say you wanted something for your bow. You could search for something like short bow if you wanted a specific short bow, and then just narrow it to magic items. Or if you wanted a certain type of arrow, maybe a specialty arrow magic item that you'd only buy a limited supply of, you could type in arrow and narrow it into magic items, and then you'd see all the things that popped up specific to an arrow.
Oh, bracers of archery. Those are expensive.
There you go. There's another. That's a good one. But very useful.
12,500 gold pieces. Can't afford that yet.
No, not yet.
Yet. Spell dodging. Spell resistance.
Spell dodging is what you need.
For armor.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
It's a +2 bonus, so that would cost 4,000. It's not too bad. Would give me a +4 dodge bonus to AC against attack rolls from spells and spell-like abilities, including touch attacks.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That is really cool. I didn't even know that existed.
Oh, spell resistance.
Spell resistance is they're going to have to roll. Here's the problem with spell resistance is that your allies would have to roll to overcome it also.
That is right, yeah.
And that sucks because it takes a standard. I think it's a standard action for you to drop that so that there isn't a shield of energy protecting you from magic. So it kind of be a pain in the ass if you were like bleeding out and Tor couldn't help you. So.
Okay, so spell dodging is viable. Let's see what these are.
I can't tell, Alyssa, if you're like really concentrating or if you're just like reading a comic book or something.
No, I'm flipping through the equipment guide.
Oh, okay. Anything for, maybe Bear can have something. What would it be? Oh, maybe Bear could have an implant of some kind with his teeth.
I'm sure I can install it.
Yeah, Delstria is good at surgery now. She can do it.
I'm like Sunny. I do something good one time, and then I'm like, I got this.
I love it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's exactly what it happens too, actually. Oh no, I don't know what magic rules. I'm gonna look and try to help you with magic items for
Alpion.
Alpion is going to. Nope, that is too much. Even though it's a really cool item, Pelt of the Beast is not. It would not help him. Hungering, Gloves of Feasting, Belt of Teeth. Ooh, Instant Muzzle. Instant Muzzle.
I don't think that's super helpful.
We don't want a muzzle, do we? It's really cool.
Hey, Morpheus. Ooh, I can take the form of a viscous liquid.
Viscous liquids could go about anywhere, though. That would be really cool. Isn't it Dire Collar? Isn't that what you need?
No, because Dire Collar is really expensive and it's not that great.
It's only 1,000.
But it's not that great.
It's not that great. You're right.
It's not that great. No, because you and I looked at it before.
Yeah. We got to find something that's close, and then we need to make it work, is what we need to do.
I will find something.
Biting bracelet?
It's a bear wearing this little bracelet.
A little pink bracelet. I love it.
Oh, Albion cares about breast cancer awareness.
Yes. Aw.
Bloodthirsty armor. Okay, that's only me. So a lot of these are narrowing down quickly for me because it's like, oh, for shields, oh, for medium armor. Well, I have light armor. And...
Right. Natural attacks. I'm trying to see here. No.
Excuse me. Lots of things try to bite us can get bitter armor.
I love it. Ooh, I think I found something. Oh, that's a half orc. That half orc feat. I love it. Okay, never mind. Okay.
Don't need burdenless. I already have my meal butt cords.
Claw blades. Wow.
Like I said, I'm not super worried about it. I'll find something.
Well, you know what? How about making Magic Fang permanent?
Ooh.
And that would at least make his bite attack magical, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he'd have a +1 to attack and damage. Even though he wouldn't be getting through adamantine, at least his bite attack would be magical, and then his claws would get through adamantine. So let's see permanency.
Also, really expensive.
Oh, not for you. You guys are just fine. 2,500 gold is all it would cost. Or 7,500 if you want greater Magic Fang. I don't think that's worth it. It'd give you a +2 bonus on attacks and damage with the bear's bite versus a +1 bonus with attack and bite. Matter of fact, if you wanted to make Magic Fang, if you wanted to make Magic Fang permanent on both his claws and his mouth, it would only cost 7,500 gold. And then all of his attacks would be considered magic, and all of them would be +1 to attack and damage. So he could actually attack a ghost and hurt it.
I mean, that is a thing that we need to deal with, because
it's pretty much all of your gold used on the bear.
I mean, yes, but
yeah, so it's 2,500 per stabby scratchy bit that you want to permanently make magical and give it a +1 attack and damage.
Can Tor make his armor crusading? It says as a swift action, a paladin or good war priest wearing this armor.
Kylon did it.
Tor had no money left. That was Tor.
Yeah. Tor had no money left. He spent all of his money on
I keep forgetting that Kylon's a paladin.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like it sometimes.
Yeah.
Fantastic paladin. He's doing great.
He is getting, by the way, he's getting his armor and his sword super bedazzled with golden inlays, that is completely Iomedae, like the eye of Iomedae and holy light and everything. He's getting more and more and more just outwardly he looks like a crazy paladin.
I'm cool with that though. So
Good Lord. We'll never sneak up on anybody as the bling blinds them from a mile away.
The bling it's going to be a blinding bling. You're absolutely right. Yep. Well, I think that's the best suggestion I have for the bears to make permanent his attacks. If you wanted to,
Yes, we're gonna go ahead and do that.
and then if he had an adamantine claw on the other hand, that would be great too. And that was actually Tor was able to construct that. Remember with crafting time, so it was
So you just
actually
needed-
not at full price, but it was half price.
Yes. I just have to remember how much that was.
I think it was 1,500 gold, but maybe it was less. Now Alyssa's yawning. We're gonna have to end this session early.
No, we're
gonna
not.
have to end at
No,
like
we're not.
8:30.
No, we're not. So fight me with that. Yeah,
fight me.
So, oh, never mind.
I'm gonna hang out in the forge with Tor,
Yeah, he would love your company there.
cause that's what we do.
Mm-hmm.
All right, hold on. Okay. What was that? What am I doing? I don't even know anymore.
Ooh, energy resistant.
I think basically you're not shopping for
Ooh.
yourself.
That's
Alyssa.
expensive.
No, I'm not shopping for myself. Like Sunny's gonna pick up a couple of things, like
Like a rock,
things.
a free rock, and maybe a milkshake or something, you know?
Some of that meat on a stick.
And meat on, yes, they do have that great vendor here. It's that tangy taste from the water here that is that really just helps with the meat on the stick.
Oh, that must be it.
That's the secret behind it all.
I don't think that's how you spell that, but that's how I'm gonna spell it anyways. So that's what we're gonna go with. Oh my god, I have so many things. Okay. Right. Yes. What are you? Oh.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, well,
Ooh.
fortification
Ooh,
on the armor.
shiny.
Yeah.
Fortification is great. That is actually that can really save your ass, obviously.
Oh, shit. Kidding. Okay. That's funny. Ignore this. Thank you, bear. Hey, look, minimum damage bear has returned, so
Yeah.
that's not a thing. What are you doing?
What's it saying strong jaw for?
Because Sunny picked up a 3rd level spell called Strong Jaw, which you casted on Bear, and all of his natural attacks get bigger.
Ooh. And then he still does minimum damage?
Yeah,
It's
I
a
can't.
1d7. That's weird.
No, that was what was throwing me off. It's really a 1d8.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes a little bit more sense. That's good.
Does it? Because
Yes, I think so.
Bear.
Because bear.
Okay. I'm essentially done shopping at this point.
Okay.
Other than like the little things, which I'm not really super worried about.
You get little things. All Kylon and Tor do. They buy like 2 or 3 big things, and that's it.
Yeah, most of it's going to Bear, but
How about you, Delstria? Still all done.
I'm still looking at armor abilities. So, well, this is a +3. I'm not gonna be able to. Well, I could afford it, but I'm not going to.
Yeah.
It's the invulnerability. It gives damage reduction 5/magic. What does that mean?
That means magic magical attacks will overcome that DR. So
Okay.
anything that is non-magical attack, though, would have to be subtracted off of that number before it could hurt you.
Okay.
A lot of things that attack, even at higher levels, a lot of these like creatures are not just, they don't just have magical, fists or whatever the hell, you know what I mean? Like, if you're against a Technic League agent, though, obviously there's going to be more magic, or even barbarian with like enchanted weapons and stuff. That'll be magical, but a lot of monsters have magical attacks left and right, so it could be helpful.
Well, I think it's too expensive right now. I think one of the things I'm going to do, I'm going to add spell dodging to my armor.
That sound really good.
It's a +2 cost, be 4,000 gold pieces, and
this gives you a +2 armor class bonus against spells or spell-like abilities.
it's
or
a
something like
+4 dodge bonus to AC against attack rolls from spells and spell-like abilities, including touch attacks and the attacks of summoned creatures.
That's really cool. Yeah, that's a huge bonus too. And there's always someone using magic going up against you guys, so that's really cool.
So if let me put a note here.
Does anyone want to back themselves up onto that neurocam that you have? Anyone want to do a backup yet?
Oh.
Maybe we should have done that to Sunny before the surgery.
Oh, no. We were fine. Anyways, all right. I'm done shopping. I hate shopping.
I know, I do too.
It is literally the worst.
Well, it's just there's
the
so
worst.
much to
There's
look
so
through.
much. There really is. And if you want to say that you are buying things or change out what you're buying, that is fine. Just make sure that it's done before next session. If you change your mind on anything.
Yeah,
So,
but I still have 5,000 gold pieces. So
wow. It's quite a bit of money.
I've only bought that scroll and my armor, so that armor enhancement.
Well, basically 2 enhancements are what Kylon is going to get. He's going to make his sword holy with some additional bling blings and some engraving and stuff done on it. He's going to make his armor crusading, which also comes with bling bling bling. Tor is going to do none of that, and all he is going to do is buy you guys little charms so he can try to keep you alive.
It's very sweet, and that's fine. Like I said, Tor and Sunny will spend lots of time in the forge. We're good.
Yep, and by the end of it, then the bear has 2 adamantine claws, right?
Yes.
And then, did you permanently upsize your bear by making him have magical natural attacks, or what did you decide to do there?
On all 3 doing magic, whatever.
Oh my god! I think actually I'm gonna have to pay attention to the bear now when it attacks.
Yes. Hey.
Rather than being like, okay, bear is attacking, and I smile, and then I go ahead and I check for Google updates and stuff, and like any news on Yahoo, and I'm like, oh, we're back. Okay, yep.
You know what?
Oh,
why are you gonna be like that? Bear tries so hard. Okay.
Well, I mean, you do have to keep investing in your bear, so that's good to do. Keep him up with everything. Anything else that you guys do during these 4 days of getting things enchanted and shopping and putting out an order to caravan and such?
how many of the 4 days is Veldrin with us?
He's not.
Okay.
He leaves at that point because he has to communicate then with his brother and deal with tribal business.
No, that's fine. I figured he wasn't going to stick around for super longer, but
yeah, it's kind of sad, but he is there for that first night with you going through the surgery. But you do just immediately upon arrival. I love it. The surgery, and they're just knowing that you're okay with that, the post recovery, and at that point he has to leave.
Okay,
So,
that's fine. Then Sunny's going to spend her time half with Tor and half in the Copper Coin, because.
Well, you know what happens with that halftime that you're at the Copper Coin? Drinks come, more drinks that you would want,
and I spend time with my other barbarian friends who I love.
Yep, the barbarians are there, and they are. They kind of. One of them makes this joke about you coming to town with Baldrin, and the others kind of put him put that kind of jabbing, comical humor to rest really quickly, and he kind of falls back in line with the others. It definitely seems like they have a respect for him, and they aren't going to tease anyone that's that closely associated with him. But there is Sammy.
What about
Sammy doesn't come to the Copper Coin, although, he is around the city and such, and you think that he is in the Copper Coin, or at least people who work with him always are. As you see people that come in from the recently discovered bordello down the street that come in to spy on you, and also probably some of the rope fists, with signs that they always wear those ropes around their knuckles, but they try to take them off to disguise themselves whenever they're sitting at the bar trying to listen in on your conversations. So you think there's a number of his agents that are around snooping, but Sammy himself does not see you. He does not want to be around you. He broke his heart.
I did. I'm kind of sad about it, but not sad enough to fix it.
Delstria, you are able to get you have a little bit more time to spend with Denvaya and Connor Bain, and both of them are going to be asking you what you'd like produced through the medical lab and also the miscellaneous lab that I keep on calling the robotics, but it's not. It's a resources lab. They can make pharmaceutical things. If you would like some more cure-alls or something of that nature, I mean, those could be produced.
Yeah, I'd have to kind of look at the pricing.
They do mention that it's going to be a negative energy outlay. You think that it's actually draining more of the power from the core of the generator, the fusion generator, or the fusion plant, I should say, than what it can produce. Although you imagine that there's tons of energy in there, but they couldn't be like a manufacturing factory here, but they could make small quantities of supplies without a problem.
Right.
A matter of fact, you might as well put down that there's going to be 2,000 gold pieces worth of these medical supplies that they can produce for you. Because
make a note of that.
They're going to be producing this at no cost to you, but they can use this from the resources that are already gathered there downstairs. Yeah, this
no cost to us. So we wouldn't pay the cost of the.
Yeah, not only no cost to you, but it's basically half. It's the crafting cost on each one of these pharmaceutical items. So you're not paying the retail price on these, but the crafting cost, which is half.
Right. Yeah. So we would still pay
Yeah.
the crafting cost.
No, you would not. Those materials
we're
are going
not.
to be provided. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. You do
Sorry, that
not
was
have to pay the
confusing.
crafting costs. Yeah, no, they basically from supplies that they've been able to gather there from repairing things underneath Torch and taking things that are already existing there in the ship. And they are going to continue to produce that much every single month of free crafting supplies that you can use. So keep that in mind that will be there every month. And we will count that as if, yeah, let's start that timer like right about now in game time. So,
Okay. Well, I think we should definitely get some more Vive because it eliminates fatigue and exhaustion and heals 1d4 points of ability damage to a physical ability score.
that is really useful.
And we seem to have a lot of ability damage happen.
Yes, from the very beginning. When you guys had leprosy and all these other weird things, the rot diseases, and yeah. Any comments on that, Sunny?
Nope. Honestly, Sunny's going to completely trust Delstria to make that decision.
Okay.
Like,
after all, she is the surgeon.
She is, and it's not something that Sunny has ever really paid attention to.
Okay.
She just assumes that Delstria knows what she's doing. And, okay.
And
sure.
luckily Delstria does. Okay, cool.
Oh, that one's too expensive. They can't make any cardio amp.
Dang it.
The crafting cost of that is $22.75.
Well, if you wanted to put in the difference in there,
that's all right.
275 gold for whatever that does. I think that's a good one, though.
It's a very good one, but
yeah,
I think since they can't make nanite canisters, can they? That's a nanite lab.
Right. Yeah. And I know the nanite canisters open up a wide range of things they can do.
Yeah. Oh, why isn't trauma kits listed underneath pharmaceuticals?
Huh. I would think that it would be.
Yeah, let me see. Let me find, because you said that they can make trauma kits, right?
I believe that was things listed there under the lab.
Page 16.
16. Okay, I'll go there too.
I was just seeing what the lab could make, medical lab.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Trauma packs, med lances, and pharmaceuticals. Okay, let's see. Med lance.
Med lance does not do much, I don't think. Next.
Oh, a med lance is just can just be used to inject. A pharmaceutical.
The trauma pack, the advantage of that is that it has 5 uses.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't really...
Provides 1d8 plus 1.
Well, it provides more the higher the heal check, but we know no one really is too good at those heal checks. Oh, Trauma Pack Plus is really good.
It's also very expensive.
Yes, it does a breath of life, but that's a very expensive breath of life.
Yeah, so for 750 gold pieces, I would rather purchase like a cure serious wounds scroll or something, or a cure.
Yeah, you could get a scroll much cheaper. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, tech items are not inexpensive, that's for sure.
Okay, well let's just so we can use what we're able to get, let's oh, come on. This guide is a challenge.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it?
So if we get,
Is it some cure-alls?
yeah, I was thinking some cure-alls and some Vive.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I can't wait for you guys to get the cybernetics lab. Ho, 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 ho.
So if we get 2 cure-all and 6 Vive, that's 2,000 gold pieces worth.
Wow, and the cardio amp is not as expensive as I thought it was. Yeah, it's not too bad. Okay, yep, that's a good idea though. Disease or poison effect, that is really good. Cool.
It also restores ability damage or ability drain.
Yep. Ability drain being a major thing right there.
That's
Yeah,
been
we found
inflicted
out
by a
those
disease
are
or poison.
nasty.
Yes.
Really nasty. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so we'll do 2 cure-all and 6 Vive.
Okay. Sounds like a really good idea there. Good plan.
Oh, I was expecting to have to spend gold on that.
Nope. You have allies. You've saved people. You've made good diplomatic decisions, and they're going to keep producing money for you. You guys have not screwed over your NPC allies and fucked them. So, therefore, they actually help you. Well, okay,
Excellent.
You have had sex with one of them, but I'm not talking about Valdrin. But the other, I'm talking about the other allies. They help you because you haven't had sex with them. So there. Yeah, right.
Good thing Delstria just isn't concerned about that thing right now.
Oh, Delstria, you think you're going to get away with it, huh? Nope. Things are coming back to you, Delstria. You just wait.
Delstria seems to be asexual at this point.
Yes, she does, doesn't she?
Suika flirts with her. She's like, eh. You know?
Yeah, like, Zoika's like, would you like to come to my tent? And you're like, I guess.
Is it warm in your tent?
Only if it's warm.
Do I have to listen to Kylon snore?
Yeah, no. Okay, then I'm in. Speaking of in, are you guys going to make a trip down to Marshfield after this? Is there any reason to go to the lab?
Only if they want to see it.
Kylon nor Tor care much for that.
Kylon and Tor don't know about it. We haven't actually told them.
Okay, then they have no. Well, then obviously they have no desire. Although Kylon has talked about your mother's cooking.
If Delstria really wants to, we will. But I feel like we have other pressing concerns.
Don't see a reason to at the moment.
Okay. Oh, one other thing that Tor is going to get is a minor thing. It's a Darkwood shield, which he actually is able to afford. It's like 200 gold. So Tor actually has a shield. He actually has a shield for the first time ever. And you think of it as maybe he actually is worried about getting killed.
Isn't his hammer a two-handed weapon?
Yeah, he picked up another feat where he can actually fight with the shield and his two-handed hammer without a penalty. It's a crazy good thing. It is called, I can't remember what it's called. I didn't write it down. Shielded Stance? No. Well, it's somewhere. I didn't put it down. That's really bad. That's really bad of me. Okay, well, it's somewhere on his... Oh, Shield Brace is the name of it. Yep.
Oh, so I was going to ask you, so you said that Tor has several talismans, and that Kylon was also going to get that
Breath Life,
or was he was going to get that scarab thing. We only have one next slot. Are you allowed one item in the next slot?
The scarab he was going to have where he could interchange it if you ever fought like a swarm, but it would take a standard action for him to change them out. He instead has not purchased the scarab at all because he had to be more. It's about the depth of your worship to Iomedae, and he needs everything that's going to make him sound like a paladin. So that's why he has the holy sword and now crusading armor instead. So he's kind of like on the 4th tier. He's unlocked that if he was a Scientologist, and he'd be working his way down to get to a different level, But he worships Iomedae.
Okay.
He wants you all to know.
Well, I was just wondering because I was thinking about getting one of those scarab bane or scarab things.
For a standard action, you could switch it off if you wanted to switch your necklace.
You set a standard action?
Yep.
Okay.
Because most magic items are a standard action, not a move action to activate.
Mhm.
And changing those around, I would think that a standard action is what it would require rather than a move action. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
I just find it weird that they only allow a single neck slot when you can wear like multiple necklaces.
Well, and the funny thing is, like the talisman, you can wear up to 3 of them around your neck, and they don't have like magic that conflicts with it, with itself. And it's kind of weird in this game too that you can only have 2 rings.
Yeah,
But
we were saying that earlier.
Valdren, it's basically the magic too close to itself or some BS that they've come up with from a long time ago. But that was even like in 2nd edition, you could only have 2 rings. And most video games too, they limit that.
Yes.
So,
Which is annoying.
Yeah, it is annoying because you want 12 rings.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. All right. So now after these days in Torch, what other side things, we don't have to role play it out, but is there anything else that you guys would like to do? Obviously Val is wanting to cook for you still. She's showing her techniques to Tor, which kind of scare the shit out of everyone else because it looks like she is becoming a brawler. Like she's actually training with Tor, and she's like full on just trying to beat the hell out of him. To anyone else, you would see it as like she's attacking him just all out. She has these like brass knuckles too that she wears now. And she talks about the resistance and that her dad won't want her to be part of the resistance, but she's going to fight against the Technic League, and that Torch isn't paying any more taxes ever again to them.
Oh, Val, don't get yourself killed, honey.
Pat.
12, right?
She's 12. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Remember, she was a person that was rescued from experiments herself by the Technic League.
Yeah, Connor took her. Yeah. She was a Kellid, right?
Yeah, she is Kellid also. Yeah, absolutely. And she has that feistiness about her. The Bloodgars have been making very good progress. Well, I should say, let's not say the Bloodgars. The Smiths in town have been making very good progress making the adamantine weapons. And even if it's just spearhead or other things like that don't take a lot of adamantine, the Bloodgars are very happy with the progress, and the craftsmen are producing very quickly. Like they're working 16, 18-hour days producing these weapons. And they're doing a very good quality of it, but also there's like this burning desire now to take down the Technic League, unlike before. But after they raided and they took all the craftsmen's supplies, they basically drained the entire city of its coffers. Torch it's definitely lit a fire in Torch. And the citizens here are definitely going to be fighting on the side of any kind of uprising against the Black Sovereign in Numeria.
Good.
Yes, good. Very good indeed. You also find out through rumors that there have been 2 more suspected Technic League agents that have been caught over the last 2 weeks. Both of them have been driven out of town, is what the official word is. And the unofficial word is that they've been taken out of town and beaten to death by the rope fists. Because of this, though, we have kind of a shifting influence in town. More people are actually relying on the rope fists to do some of the dirty work that the guards are being held back from doing.
Mm.
It could cause a reliance on a criminal element that really shouldn't be in charge of things.
Yeah.
It's letting the mob protect your harbors during World War II. That kind of thing. Anyways, don't worry about that. Nothing to see here. Anything else that you guys would like to do? Or are we heading west?
Well, so I am going to purchase a Swarmbane clasp.
Okay, you are going to purchase it. That sounds good. It's a good item.
And
A
I
really
wanted to
good
get a handy haversack, but that would take like all but 29 of my gold. So we're gonna wait.
Delphi also understands extra dimensional spaces. You know how deadly those can be.
Oh my god. Dougie? Uh-huh.
But it's all good.
Yeah,
I
it's all
have my-
good. You don't need one of those. Sunny, you can put your things in Sunny's bag if you need that extra
Well, I
space.
have my little backpack and
Well, you also have two gigantic. I mean, these
my
guys'
quiver.
strength scores are obnoxious.
well,
one
I
has
have
a
my mule
24,
back. I have
one
my
has a
mule back
20
cords too.
and
so
then
I
you
can-
have those damn things too.
And
My
Bear.
God.
Bear's literally not carrying anything other than
And Bear
I mean-
just prances along. Bear could have like 1,000 pounds on him.
my light load is 176 pounds,
Yeah.
which
That's-
is, let me see here, that is more than what Delstria weighs.
um
Well, you do a lot of pull-ups then. That's great. Yep. Everyone in your group is just like, you walk out of this gym and all you're just rippling with muscles and huge. Everyone's in the town's like, holy shit. You just go walking through. Oh my god. Okay. And you're the archer. That's great.
Well, this is only what I can carry as far as like
yeah. It's
Yeah.
it's not really like your bulk.
no. My strength is
You're
only
not
a
like flexing and kissing your biceps. Or
No,
anything,
no.
you know?
My strength is only a 14.
Only a 14. I mean, you could probably outwork most of the dock workers and fishermen and stuff like that still, but you know.
And my constitution's a 14 now since the automatic progression bonus is a +4 now.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that is a good thing to put in there. More hit points is very good.
Exactly. It gave me 9 more hit points too for
Yeah.
that extra bonus.
Yeah, more hit points, very good. All right, anything from you, Sunny?
yes.
Oh, I figured there'd be a yes eventually. I kept on waiting and waiting and waiting. Like, we aren't done here yet at Torch.
No.
No.
I need to talk to Connor.
Okay, yeah.
But I'm really scared that he's not gonna have answers for me, and that's just gonna irritate me.
Oh yeah, what we're gonna ask him about the
Oh, there are multiple things you're going to talk about.
Are there?
well, we were
Yeah.
gonna ask about the well, weren't we gonna see if we could bring the body of Cassandra back here?
That might be important to bring up.
Yeah, we should probably talk to somebody about that. That's a minor
And-
detail. No.
Oh my
And-
god.
And we were gonna check on like the Feldels or the Valley of Scars if they knew anything about that.
You know, that could be another good thing to talk about.
I thought we already talked to Connor about it because we called it the Valley of the Brain Collectors, and he didn't know anything.
You
Well, maybe
did,
we
but
call it a different name.
Dinbaya did not. Oh my god. She has a 30 on her
Oh.
knowledge check.
Okay.
Din-
Oh yeah, I've heard about that name. It's
Dinvaya is going to Dinvaya has never been there before, by the way. But she does know that the valley itself, called the Scar of the Spider or the Valley of the Brain Collectors, here recently, how it was called. She knows that it is an interesting area of sporadic activity, both of the Technic League and also something else. Her records indicate that approximately 150 years ago, there was a falling star from the sky that crashed into that valley. She believes that it wasn't a falling star at all. She believes that another spaceship has come, and the valley is known for having large spiders of all sorts crawling within its boundaries. And the valley itself, by the way, we're talking about, well, close to a mile long. And the valley itself is distinguishing features. It is the start of one of the branches, a tributary of the West Selen River. And itself, the valley itself is basically in a canyon. The walls of which rise up to about 600 feet to meet the matching terrain around it. So it's about 600 feet down deeper into the terrain of the Feldale Valley that it's in. So if you think of a carved out like riverbed there, there's, well, from what she's heard, there's a number of robots that are patrolling that area on a continual basis. She thinks maybe from long ago, and these are ancient machines, but they don't seem to control the valley. Instead, it seems like there are some very odd, almost alien-like creatures that dwell in this area. Things that she hasn't been able to study, but she's heard stories of even 6-armed alien creatures that would be walking upright but having multiple arms and appendages. She hasn't gotten the best clarification as to what they are from the people who have visited that area, but the ones that have visited have actually mentioned that there's a very strange environmental effect going on in the valley. There's swamp-like terrain. There's even a forest. There's multiple caves in the walls of this valley that go in deep, different directions and are quite dangerous indeed. There's
Sounds
even
like that Juju zombie that we fought, the 6-arm.
It does sound a lot like that, doesn't it? Like multiple of them down there. Other than that, she will say that it's obvious that the Technic League has had an interest in that area for quite some time. And she believes that the massive war robots that are there might be there even to try to suppress or keep inside the valley something that lives in there from escaping. She can't verify any of this, of course. But she does know that the area itself is quite isolated from any other settlement. The Feldales themselves are quite a remote area, even for Numeria. You're not going to be resupplied, and you're not going to have quickly available resources whenever you go into this valley. And it's not going to be an easy place to search. It's not any small area. Even if you're going to be looking for something very specific with location spells, it might take weeks to be able to scour every single passageway and tunnel within that valley. In other words, it's a big place. If it was, let's say, like Scrapwall, and you came in day one and you're like, let's go after Hellion, it might be very difficult to find where Helgen is even. Whereas the scrap vault was very obvious where Helgen was. But still, it was probably way over your head.
Yeah.
That's really about all that she knows. I wouldn't think that she'd have any other information because of how remote this area is. Yeah, so she's able to help you in those ways. So that's a good thing to ask her about. How about with Connor? What do you want to know from Connor Bain? Is that a kitty cat?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a kitty cat. The stupid fucking kitty cat. Actually, I love the cat, but he's really annoying.
Well, he's trying to talk and get somebody's attention. What does he
Yeah,
mean?
no. He belongs to my brother, and my brother has now locked him out of the bedroom. So,
Well, he wants in. That's his bedroom.
yeah, no,
Poor
I'm aware.
kitty.
Huh.
Stupid brother. Anyways,
So is it can become your kitty when your brother leaves?
no, because my brother has had this kitty for like 9 years now.
Oh,
Like,
okay. All right.
this is definitely not becoming my
He
kitty.
does care about the kitty then, at least.
He does.
So that's good.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, kind of.
Connor Bain.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how to phrase it other than cool. Connor, I have
Cool. Connor. Hey, bro.
hey bro, what up? I have more questions about Project Pathfinder.
You get a nod from him as he, like Denvaya, live most of the time now in the underbelly of Torch in the crashed spaceship that is there. That's where you find him on a side hallway there where you found the goo tubes originally, where the vending machine of goo tubes were, and basically the lunchroom set up there. He's looking at a wall panel that's been peeled off, looking at the electronics within as he turns around. He says, yes, I figured that you'd have more questions about it. He says, thank the gods we were able to remove, well, Delstria was able to remove that device.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Zoud was less than helpful.
I'm sorry about that. He says, I heard that he had become an undead. At this point, obviously, Tor and Kylon talking to everyone. Well, not talking to everyone. Kylon talking to people about how you another ghost. A ghost was that sort of thing does spread pretty quickly.
Especially here in Torch.
Yeah.
Because it's not Idenvay where news travels so slow.
I know, right? It really does.
It really does.
Very
Which is
different.
bizarre.
I have to know. You had talked about the fact that they were taking people for their bloodlines. Were they taking full families?
He looks down and he says, yes, they were. Says it, well, it was seen as finding the makeup of one person in a bloodline. It'd be less work to find out the others and the specifics of the others. It says they were. He says, Sonny, I'm afraid that anyone that was looking after you in your childhood, your parents or a relative, they could have been taken also. especially if they were removed a little bit from Starfall, or maybe travelers or people who had come onto hard times. Sometimes some of the people who had entered that program were ones that were destitute and needed to volunteer themselves for these research experiments with lies about financial rewards, and other people that were technically agents saying that they'd made thousands of gold for just a little pinprick or a little bit of their time doing an experiment. He says there were all sorts of devious methods that the Technic League used to draw people in, including outright just using slavery. The only way that you'd be able to know about the specifics of this is if you made it to the Technic League headquarters itself and looked into the archives. The scientists there keep very precise records.
Right, but didn't most of the Project Pathfinder stuff go up when Zoud?
He nods. He says his research laboratory was destroyed. He says, I'm not sure about all the records. There could very well be additional copies. He says, I don't know how you would be able to get in there unless you disguised yourself as an agent yourself. And even then, there's multiple layers of security. I'm afraid it'd be extremely dangerous, even for the best of spies. Says, of course, if people act quickly enough, once Starfall falls, that Technic League compound, they won't be able to destroy all the records if it's done quickly enough. Maybe even if there's agents beforehand.
Let's say that I can't get to the records. How do I get to Gartrone?
Well, if he isn't there serving in the Palace of the Fallen Stars himself, the main palace of Keveth Kull, he would be at the Technic League compound. And if he is not there, then he would certainly be at the Silver Mount, where he commonly does expeditions into the mount itself. And one of those three places, he will always be in that area, though, and always under heavy guard. And Sonny, he himself is, well, you would not want to go against him alone. He's renowned for being able to destroy people's wills with his spells.
No, I have a bear. We're fine.
Sonny, I don't think the bear... He looks over at Alpion. He says, he looks like you've got to be very careful. This is a person that, honestly, he puppets even the Black Sovereign. It's commonly known that the Black Sovereign has a addiction to Numerian fluid. The Technic League has actually been able to refine Numerian fluid and keep him drugged up in a stupor, reliant on the refined Numerian fluid to survive. Gartrone is the one that actually developed these fluids. If there's any one person in control of Numeria, it's Gartrone, not the Black Sovereign.
All right, well. Maybe he'll be willing to sit down just for a little chat.
Sonny shakes his head no. He says, these aren't the kind of people who chat. You know this. They're either going to crush you, or you've got to make sure that they know they are in no condition to fight, that it would be an absolute certainty that they would lose.
We can do that.
You've got to make sure that he can't teleport. He can't change shape. He can't go invisible. He cannot do a number of other things. You've got to be able to suppress his magic completely. And I don't know a way to do that.
Huh. Delstria will know. Delstria's smart.
I love it. All right. Connor.
Delstria will know what?
Nothing. Never mind. Connor looks over at you again, Sonny. He says, I am very, very sorry for what has happened to you. And I hope that this surgery it won't repair the past, but it'll allow you to move on.
I don't know I'm going to be able to move on until I have answers. So.
Says the archives then. It says if there are any, it would be at the archives. It says, but the compound itself. It says we're all going to be working together on this. I'll help you any way that I can in making sure that the defenses of Starfall are defeated, that technically crumbles. There has to be something better than them controlling this country.
There will be.
He smiles hopefully. He says, once we're able to work on these power conduits a little bit, we can actually restore some more of the power to these levels. The leeching will actually diminish, as a matter of fact, making output about 30% higher in all of our labs here. He says there's even remnants of a robotics lab that we might be able to put together. He smiles hopefully towards you.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, but also please be careful.
He says, of course. He says, it's not like I've ever been held captive here and drugged up with nanites that were destroying my mind. Right?
No. Right. Yeah.
He says, surely. He says, now, if Val wants to leave with you, please make sure that she doesn't. And if she tries to stow away inside of a wagon or a bag or anything, please search more than once whenever leaving the city. It's all that she's been talking about is becoming an adventurer.
Well, the good news is that I don't think we're taking a wagon with us this time. And I'm the only one who has a bag that could... I don't even think she'd fit in my bag.
And he shakes his head no and smiles. He says, but that doesn't mean that she won't try. And no, she's not just going to stay out of it and just tend to camp. That's a lie also. She already tried that one on me, and I told her absolutely not.
I don't know if she knows how dangerous our camps are.
He thinks about it, and he says, I doubt anyone would be able to... He says, there's something else, Sonny. You and your group, you have the makings of legendary heroes. You have something inside of you, a spark inside of you that most could never attain. I mean, even the time from when you rescued me to now, I can tell there's been much change. Just the air about you. He says, Numeria needs you. You'll stand out among all the others. These weapons that we make here, the hands that will hold them, will be nothing compared to you and your group, the power that you're able to harness. I'm very glad that you're on our side. It says, for I know that there are people just as capable on the other side opposing us.
As Kylan would say, we stand on the right side, so nothing will oppose us.
He smiles. He says, it's always good to have one of those crusaders on your side. At least it'll always give you hope, right?
Always.
He says, I have to continue my work. Dinvaya is a cruel taskmaster. She will get after me if I haven't repaired this conduit. But if you are leaving soon, I just want to just say goodbye to the entire group for me, if you would. I don't want to bother them, but if there's anything else that I can help with, and Joram has said the same, he's going to do everything to be there at the day that Starfall is fought for. We all will be.
Well, there might be one small thing you can do.
Name it, and I'll do it if I can.
We're going to bring you a body.
He smiles. He says, a body. All right. He says, one that you don't want to be reanimated or resurrected. Yes. Okay, that makes sense. And under the ground here, it'd be hard to locate it even. That's even better. Yes.
Yes, the not locating is the very important part. She is highly sought after by multiple
we could put her in the reactor room. Its radiation actually will cause a minor interference even for other kinds of scans. The blast doors are so thick, no magic will penetrate it.
The problem is the fact that I think we're going to need to wake her up.
Oh. Well, we can find something then in the control room, close to the blast doors themselves. I see that you were able to repair those, all the circuitry that was short-circuited through the 4 layers of defensive nodes. He says, good thing, too, because Dinvaya and I both would have gotten killed if you hadn't have. He says,
I'm sure that was mostly Delstria.
In the control chamber, then, we can put her in there. And there's no threat to us from her.
I can't promise that. There's no threat while she's not awake. I think.
Okay. He says, well, we'll make do with it. Bring her back whenever you've got her and we'll secure her away.
Perfect. Thank you.
He smiles. He says, thank you. He says, you've actually kept me from being a reclusive renegade hiding away to actually doing something. I feel like my life actually has purpose now rather than just repairing a water system in this town. I've sinned. There have been many bad deeds, but I feel like I'm making up for them now. He will, in time, be able to give you a rough, and I will say rough, blueprint of the Technic League compound.
Yeah.
Not that you're going there right now. You're not going there right now, but
No.
he will be able to give you a rough blueprint of what the compound looks like.
Perfect.
Oh,
Is this another thing?
we need to have those boots identified that we found that we don't know what they are.
You didn't sell the boots. What are the damn boots? Where do you even find them? I don't remember what they do.
They were boots in.
Oh, I remember now. I think I remember
glad
now.
you do, because I do
fancy boots that were on.
Boots.
They were on Zaleshi.
Yes, they were the Zaleshi. Yes, I was like at the Idenvay somewhere, but yes, no, they were Zaleshi boots. But we didn't know.
Fancy boots. Oh my god, I have no idea what those are.
Go back to Idenvay. Go back to Zaleshi.
Oh, guys, this could be problematic for me.
Are they boots of teleportation? Because that'd be great.
No.
Damn.
No, they are not. Holy moly. What are those boots? Oh my gosh, I really don't know. Okay, let's go back here and see. And if I can't find them, then we're all screwed. Nope, that's the wrong book.
Like,
That's the wrong book.
screwed.
Well, I only have freaking 4 books now. Let's see. Third book. Nope. Okay. Okay, to the one I don't have.
Should be book 3, right?
It should, but apparently not. Unless maybe we weren't actually supposed to like fight the Technic League agent in Iden Bay.
Maybe.
I can't imagine that's right. Like I feel like
Yeah. Just start Googling boots and the system reference document. Just ask all. Are they these? Are they these?
how are we traveling to Iden Bay? Are we taking the river again?
I would assume.
Okay. Just curious.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, they are Rift boots.
Fuck a
Rift boots.
Not that I have no idea what the hell they are. I hope they're not too expensive. Oh God, I don't even know what they are.
Oh wait, hold on. It allows. They're actually not that expensive. They're only worth 5,000. We're fine.
That's still money,
it's not
money,
bad,
money.
I'm just saying, but like, it allows the wearer to instantly travel 10 feet in any direction, regardless of terrain or other obstacles.
Wow.
Just
The
10
wearer
feet.
simply steps through the rift in her current location and steps out of a rift 10 feet away.
Wow.
The travel does not provoke attacks of opportunity.
That's pretty cool.
Using the rift boots is normally a standard action that expends 1 charge. The wearer may spend 2 charges to activate the boots as a move action or to extend the distance to travel from 10 feet to exactly 100 feet.
Wow.
Wow.
Where did you find those?
Yeah, where did you find this? Because I can't find them either.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that they were actually in the Choking Tower PDF.
I think they're actually in the PDF itself.
Yeah.
That-
Because when I searched it, most of the stuff came up as like
So were these
Iron
tech?
God,
So were these
whatever.
technology items?
It
Because
looks
it
like
says-
they are.
Because it talks
like
about
it.
charges.
Yep. Yep, it looks like they are actually. Yes, they are. Wow, so it is not even magical, so they won't radiate as magic, which is awesome.
So are they in the? Are they in the technology?
They are.
guide?
I think they are just in that damn
Nope.
book. It's one
Yep,
of those
just in
things
the
that are
book.
just in the books. Yep.
So carrying no more than a medium load, 10 feet. So do you
Wow.
have to be able to see where you're going? So would you be able to rift to like the other side of a locked door, or do you have to be able to see?
You usually on those things you have to have a line of sight. In this case, you don't have to have line of effect, but you have to have line of sight. Let's see here.
Regardless of terrain, it says that if you would arrive in a place that is already occupied by a solid body, she is shunted to the
Shunted
open
to-
space on a suitable
Hmm.
surface nearest.
Huh. Standard action. So, you know what?
Oh, rift boots found in Numeria glitch whenever the wearer is shunted. It's harmless in a new pair of boots, but rift boots found in Numeria glitch whenever the wearer is shunted.
Oh God. You know, it says regardless of intervening terrain or other obstacles, so I guess you actually could go through.
Or you can't see.
You cannot see where you're going, and you're not sure that it's even going to be safe to step there.
Mm-hmm.
That could be dangerous.
Yeah. Do we want to keep these just in case?
Are you gonna wear them? Because I've already got boots.
What boots do you have?
Daredevil boots.
Those are great boots.
Oh, I haven't looked at boots.
I haven't looked at boots. You're gonna go to this.
I'm gonna
to
go
the
shoe
clothing
shopping.
Store. Go to the shoe shop.
I guess we can keep them for now, just in case.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, we sell them next time if we find they're not going to be useful.
Okay. That's fine. It's not like
Okay.
they're gonna take up that much room. Like,
Yeah,
That's really
I'll
cool.
put them on, I guess.
I'll say
Red
that
boots.
6-pound shoes are very heavy.
nah.
You know, it's like steel
3
toed
pounds
boots.
of each shoe. Yeah, they're just big, heavy boots.
Is that slut feet weigh 6 pounds? Those are heavy boots. Yeah.
Tall bronze boots. Yes.
Wait, bronze boot. Those are hideous.
Yeah, it does make a fashion statement though. Definitely stands out.
Microscopic emitters when activated. Yeah, they're a technological device.
I mean, they take charges, so my guess is
Yeah.
you have to put batteries in them,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is my favorite
Yeah.
part of this. Like,
Well, I wanted
they have big
yeah.
battery compartments.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't like a magical charge, like, wands, or if it was like
No, it's a So yeah, that is pretty cool. Okay, anything else that you guys want to do? That was actually a really good thing to bring up.
oh my gosh, the little description the person has before this is hilarious.
Oh, let's see here.
Here's one of the items that I submitted, blah blah blah.
Because the smoke furnace need to be included among the items, because the item is probably too cheap for its power, and therefore is
not great as a magic item, or is this case a technological item? But here they are.
Yeah.
I don't think I have anything else for Torch. Delstria?
Mm-hmm.
So I assumed that you were talking to Connor by yourself, and we weren't with you.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I would just be spending my days here trying to learn and study and learn about
The scar of the spider.
well, the places that, yes, the places that we need to go next, and anything about Androphans or whatever, or the Technic League, or
Make a make a nature check.
is it a knowledge check?
Yes.
20.
Okay. Oh boy. The terrain there around the scar of the spider is extremely rough. You can understand why it would take those additional days going into the Felldales. Once again, one of the more rough sections of Numeria, you could actually get there multiple ways. If you weren't on horseback, you could actually possibly even travel through river, through certain portions of the land there, but you just don't think that you can. It wouldn't make sense to travel all the way to the Scar of the Spider that way. You still think, all things considering, that horseback is going to get you closest to it, although by gosh, if you could fly, if you could have the whole group like fly just for 10 minutes or something, you think that you could actually land yourself about anywhere in the scar of the spider, not having to worry about the terrain there of the surrounding area.
Well, let's see. How much is a fly scroll?
It'd be a lot.
$750, I think.
Yeah, $750, and that only gets you 5 minutes of flight, I think.
Yeah, don't quote me on that. I think that's what I saw it as.
You do know that it is true. There's about
It's a level 3 spell, so it would be
500 or
375.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, depending on the. Oops,
Yeah,
what's the class on that?
Oh, just kidding. The 750 is a potion. JK.
Sorcerer, 3rd level. Yeah.
375. Yeah.
375. Oh, God, there's so many freaking classes that can cast it. I'm trying to see if there's one that's
the wizard is always going to be the easiest
level 3
as far as levels. Some might show it as a lower level spell, but it doesn't matter because they get spells slower. So
wizard, there it is.
Yeah,
okay.
Wizard is usually this.
Well, I was making sure that it was on the wizard spell list so that it was 375. It's not too bad.
Other than that, the entire area is surrounded by a badlands, and you do confirm that even though there are walls and cliffs going into the valley itself, all around it that drop 600 feet, some places is actually a relatively easy climb, actually. So you're looking at, from what it's understood, is that you could come in at about any angle in this valley and drop down. You wouldn't have to come through where the river flows out through its southeastern side. In addition to that, no, you got a 20. In addition to that, you don't get a map, because I would love for you to have a map, but you do not get a map, an overview of this area.
We're going to Idenvay. They have a map maker. We'll get a map there.
We'll get a map. Yep. All right. So is the next stop the Idenvay?
Yes, the next stop is going to Idenvay.
Okay. I think so. See if they'll let us back in. Gotta hide all of our technology. Oh, I'm gonna have to change boots.
Oh God, yeah, you can't have those big bronze boots stomping around there.
No, you can't. On our trip to Idenvay,
which we've determined it takes 5 days from Torch, I believe.
Yes, because it totally makes sense that it would take about the amount of time that it took us to get from the stupid tower to Torch. Totally makes sense.
Because that could have been a much quicker trip.
And it could have been a little bit quicker.
It could have been a 3-day trip or 2 days even.
You didn't have the river working in your favor.
That's true.
You were able to meet some of the Bloodgars again to provide transport.
Same Bloodgar, different Bloodgar.
Oh my God.
Dussick? Do we get to meet Dussick again? I really want it to be Dussick.
Dussick is busy right now.
God damn it, dog.
And not only is it a different one, but this is a much smaller raft.
Oh fuck!
Are we gonna have to fight more of the irradiated?
They look over at your horses. Your horses are not going to fit on this raft.
Well, we'll take the next one.
I love it. So you wait. Oh God. The storms come, and you're there at one of the permanent camps there at the end of the line for the Bloodgars. they know enough to leave you alone. Whenever they see the people coming in with like the shining armor and the glowing weapons and everything, they're like, okay, let's not fuck with these guys. But you can tell that there is a look from a lot of them like they'd really like to steal some of your stuff. And you guys stick together the entire time that you're there, because you notice that this camp is not the friendliest of barbarians. As a matter of fact, they do have some slaves with them, which Kylon does not recognize as slaves, but everyone else does realize they are slaves. He just mentions how they don't treat their women very well, or some of the younger clansmen. But in all reality, these are slaves. Definitely, these are slaves. It is on the third day that a larger vessel comes. This one, an actual respectable boat with a sailing mast on it. It's still kind of a with the keel. It's very flat. It's smaller than the original boat that you had traveled to Iden Bay in, but this one is big enough that it can actually transport a good number of materials and cargo, enough for your horses for certain. So you load up your prized horses. Dusik is not here.
Doug, it's like you just hurt me every time.
But one of his sons is.
Didn't know Dusik had sons. Although that would make sense if he had sons. Okay.
Paldral is the Bloodgar's name. He's 22 years old, and he commands the ship with much older barbarians and more experienced tribesmen there. But he himself has all the makings of a future Dusik, as he has a barrel chest. He's overly built for his age. And he looks probably 10 years older than what he really is. As he yells with a hearty voice, getting everyone loaded back onto the vessel in time. And you see that he even has a whip to his side that he hasn't had to use yet, but he points at it and looks at it whenever people are moving too slowly on his own crew. You notice that his clansmen seem to be as afraid of him as the 12 slaves that he has piloting his vessel. Kylon once again remarks about how some of them don't even get a chance to eat. They're worked so hard as he gets onto the vessel.
Mm-hmm.
What's the cost for passage?
Oh, God. Paldral looks at you, of course, there on the banks, and he comes marching off as the boarding planks are lowered down. And he stops and looks at your group, and he just laughs. He laughs. He says, "Oh, Father told me about you. Father told me all about you. Yes, a good luck charm," he said. Come on board. And he just turns around and he walks. He looks back at you and he says, "Now come on." He says, "Get up on the board." He says, "It'll be fine." He jumps up and down on the boarding plank. He says, "Wide enough for your horses too." He says, "Not wide enough for your ambitions, though." He says, "But," he says, "we'll have to do with those later." He says, "Taking over all of Numeria." He spits off the side of the boarding plank as he keeps walking up it.
We're not
I'm
taking
gonna
over.
follow.
And you follow and you see that he especially is putting his focus towards you and Delstria, Sonny. He's just looking back and forth at both of you, not even noticing the men in your party, really. He's just smiling and shaking his head the whole time. He says, it's going to be 3 days journey. He says, "How should I get my cost? Let's see. How should I extract my cost?" He says, "In coin." He says, "In pleasure."
Oh, it'll be in coin.
His head goes to the side. He says, he says, that's no fun at all. He says, I already have 2 wives and 3 others that would love to, well, become my next wives. He says, I'm not talking about anything serious, just something temporary and fun.
Yeah, no thank you.
Nods. He says, fine then. He says, well, and he says, I can't take coin from the likes of you. He says, it'd be against the nature of the Bloodgars, the hostiling causes that we have. You are visitors and guests upon our land, after all, here in our waterways. It says, and I hear that you're all made to do great things in the future. Great things indeed.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
He smiles looking at you. He says, well, he says, you already fought off the undead that lurk in these waters. Maybe you'll be able to do the same for me. I've lost 3 crewmen already coming up here from that. They didn't cost much, but several hundred gold total. And honestly, they were good rowers.
Well, we are sorry to hear of your loss, but of course, should we come across any troubles, we will be more than happy to help.
He looks at you, Sonny, and he nods. He says, it's you. You're the one. Well then. He says, Father was right about you. You have a spark about you, don't you? He said something about he wouldn't be able to calm you down if he had... Oh, I can't repeat everything he said, but Father was quite impressed, and I can see why. He smiles at you, and you see that he's had 2 of his teeth replaced with golden ones. It goes very well with the piercings on one ear and the shaved head on the other side of his head. He already has, it looks like, some burns around his neck where a rope was once around there, maybe to try to strangle him or to hang him, but didn't do the job.
Well, when you see your father again, please send him my love. I had hoped our paths would have crossed again by now, but unfortunately,
But the DM does not see fit.
He smiles. He says, you actually like to see my father again. And then he looks over. He says, cast off now. He screams at the others, and the boat starts going into motion. He says, nah, no one really wants to see my father again. Come now. That bastard.
He was a affable enough fellow whenever we met him.
Well, if you say so. He says, you are diplomats, aren't you? Good. We need more of those for sure. He turns away. He keeps walking. And he turns back just to look among all of you. He says, shove whoever you want out of the way. He says, the boat is as good as yours in enough time, right? Smiling at Sonny again, he winks. And then he keeps on walking to the front, screaming at the other crewmen.
I like him.
I like that one. That's the one I like.
Don't let Valdron hear you say that.
3 days journey, no radiated zombies, no problems whatsoever. You finally make it to Iden Bay. It seems like Paldrol wants to try to make as much time as he can to get to know more about you. And if you share stories with him, he's glad to receive them, especially anything about your battles or the people that you've been able to put down.
I'm sure Kylon could regale him with those.
Yes, we do so many stories.
Yes, and eventually, so many stories that Kylon pulls out from his bag, something that he had made up while you were in Torch.
Oh, God.
I'm so excited.
It is linen now this time. The Torchbearer's flag only a small little linen piece of it that he had copied a dozen times. Kylan smiles proudly as he finally gets it out and gives it over to the barbarian.
Kylan, I love you so much. You're amazing.
Kylan, though, does remark. He says, I just wish that you would treat your workers a little bit better. I know that you have to have a firm hand, but some of these around here, they just seem like, they have whip marks on them and they barely even have clothes on or get any food. Haldril nods his head. He says, I'll have to work harder on that. Thank you for correcting me. I'll make sure that they get more food.
Kylan,
nods. He says, that's probably better, honestly, because they'll work harder and respect you more as a leader if you actually take care of them a little bit better. Haldril's like, okay, yes, yes.
Okay, Kylan. Let's leave the nice captain alone for a little bit, okay?
Kylan just shrugs.
Oh my. Okay.
You get to the dock leading to Eidenvey 3 days later. Offloading you. Haldril kind of shakes his head, not understanding. He says, why? He says, why do you want to go to this place anyways? He says, what does this have in you for you?
Treasures abound.
He says, a bunch of lunatics.
Also
Crazy.
true.
Says, all right. He says, well, just know, do not eat the fruit.
We are quite aware of this, but we appreciate the concern.
He smiles to you as he opens up a pocket there on his shirt, and he pulls out a small bottle of Numerian fluid. And he uncorks it and he smells it. He's like, he says, I better wait just a little bit for that.
Oh, God.
He corks it back and puts it back in. He says, tonight we celebrate, men, for we have been touched by heroes, near gods themselves. As you're dismounting, getting off of the plank there, the ramp, I should say, not the plank, but the ramp there going onto the dockway. And as he yells that out, his crew is like, in excitement. Kind of thing, just so they won't get whipped. And then he laughs heartily to himself as he barks out more orders as you disembark.
I tell Sonny, I think he called your parents lunatics.
I think he had a thing for you, Delstria.
Kylan laughs. He says, I just don't understand why anyone would follow someone like that.
Yeah, well, maybe he's just too much man for me.
Kylan says. He says, Delstria, you could do with something much better than him, that's for sure. All right, so you are making your way into Eidenvey again, a city of wonder, a beauty.
Apparently, you have lunatics.
Lunatics, according to the Bloodgars, which themselves might be lunatics.
A little bit loony.
No, the Bloodgars are totally sane and totally not bloodthirsty, crazy people.
I just want to point out also the directions here, just so that we understand. You're coming through the eastern gate, which if you see here, obviously east, is over here.
Yep, totally east.
Eastern gate, yep.
Totally east. Okay.
I'm so glad that the directional compass, the rose compass, or whatever they're called, is still there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm very glad that saved, because without it, I would be lost.
You would. You'd have.
We wouldn't know north from south or east from west.
I'd have no idea. All right, you guys. make it to the clearing there, and you notice archers above the towers looking out at you. Once again, just as most town guards do, they yell from a distance for you to state your business. Why are you here in Eidenvay?
We come seeking Hosket.
Oh God, that's a smart thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
The guards don't recognize you. There's a
Good, they're new on the job.
Yeah, there's no, they're just really dumb. Eventually they get Hosket though. There's a little bit of a back and forth. You kind of get annoyed having to wait out there. But eventually Hosket does come to the tower and he looks out, seeing you. He puts up his hand in greeting and then he has them open up the gate immediately. And Hosket is there, and you see by the time you made it to the gate, he's already sweating, and he's kind of shaking a little bit, going back and forth, kind of muttering a little bit as Hosket does. And by him, just 4 guardsmen. And one of the guardsmen notices who you are as you come and kind of bristles up a little bit and looks around as if there might be a confrontation. Hosket just keeps on like, no, don't worry, it's fine. He says, hello there. Welcome back. Already you're back. Okay. Smiles. He says, no one's gone around that place. We've been making sure no one goes around it. No one was expected to. But there was more children interested in it now that you were down there. But everything's fine. Everything's fine. He says the council got to meet while you were gone. That was good. He says you're welcome back in, of course, to resume the cleansing of the things that are here to help us out. He says, of course.
Have you had any other issues since we were here last?
No. I mean, just a few mutated creatures, but just the normal ones the hunters take care of. Nothing threatening, nothing bad. He says, Hawk fellow has healed up very nicely. Very nice man. He was able to talk with the tribal council. Also, he says he gave witness, and so did I. And some of the guardsmen, of course. The great things you did here. If you have a few days, it might be a week, but we could summon everyone in the council, those that are outlined, and there would be a formal apology, of course. But I was told to deliver to you the news that we weren't to retract anything bad. Anything bad as far as impressions, and we let the citizens know that you are welcome here. You've done many good things for us.
Hosket, you have nothing to apologize for.
Well,
we hold no ill will towards you or the city.
He says, well, there were some that they wanted to arrange a hunting party for you and stuff. I mean, after you. But we were able to talk them out of it, and they didn't know.
That was very wise of you to do.
Yep. Some of them claimed the bear wasn't natural. I told them that, of course, it's natural. It's a bear. They seem to say all sorts of things, but there was proof, and proof always wins out. And the truth came with it, and anyone that's against the Technic League should be considered multiple times, not just once. And even if there is an error, or a problem, or a difference, they should still be seen as an ally. And what you did here was great, uncovering them. I'm sure that they were up to no good.
Yeah.
Aren't they always?
Always. Oh, you cannot trust them. Cannot trust them, and you cannot trust the mechanical devices they bring with them. They're just unnatural and not good. They corrupt people. Once they're on them long enough, they corrupt them, of course, and they turn them bad. Power hungry. Mm-hmm. So he says, come this way. He says, the high hall awaits for you to stay for as long as you need to stay here. He says, or you could stay down at my lumber mill if you'd like. If you'd like to be there, you could stay there too.
I think the high home would be perfectly fine for us, and I don't imagine we'll stay too terribly long.
He says, well, would you like me to send word to your kin that you're here? To let them know.
Yeah. Please.
He nods. He says, he looks over to one of the guards and he says, good to know that she's here. Yeah. He smiles. He says, that's good. He says, that's very good. He says, okay. He says, here we go. You know the way. Only one road in town, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Well, soon enough, he leads you to high home. Kylan's like, are we really going to stay here? I do not want to stay here. Could we just get what we need and leave?
We'll just be here for like one day.
Kylan, one day we have like 3 stops that we have to make while we're here, okay?
3? He says 1. We only have
3.
1.
No, we need to go to the stupid map maker, and I did promise Delstria that she could go do her astronomy thing.
Well, he says that's already 2. He says even I can count to 3, and
Right,
the third one is getting the body. And
Right.
then you're going to have to see Hawk, and then you're going to have to go see your parents.
No, I don't have to go see Hawk. And really, my parents will come find me. I promise you that.
So, aside from all that,
He says, don't tell me you have someone else you need to see also, Delstria.
no, who do I know here?
I don't know.
How are we going to get Cassandali's body
We're
out
going
of
to put her in a
town?
bag, remember? You came up with the idea yourself, Delstria. We're going to put her in a big bag. That's why I got the extra big bag. Didn't you hear me talk about it with Tor last night?
What?
I put the bag over Tor to make sure it was even big enough to fit him.
Out of
Tor
character. I don't
nods.
think I ever said this.
Tor nods. Kylan's like, so it's big enough. We'll just tell them that we're removing some rocks or something, you know?
Okay, they're not that dumb. And what? This is why you two aren't allowed to be alone. What? You put him in a bag? Kylon.
Yes, I put him in the bag and I even tied it. I told him how I would tie it so that I could even pick him up with it. She's much lighter than him. Even if she's made of metal, it'll be fine. Tor nods again with this going on.
What?
Kylan said, well, I wasn't going to go in the bag, so I had to put him in it. So anyways, we'll do that while you guys talk to people. We'll just go down there and take care of that.
Okay, I love you.
Oh, no,
but
no.
What part of we're not splitting the group do we not, comprehend? Also, I don't think you have enough bee-boops that, I don't know if you're going to be able to open doors down there.
What?
I'm pretty sure that you needed a couple of, access cards, did you not?
He nods. Tor says, I told you it wasn't a good idea. Kylan looks over at him. He says, okay, fine. We'll all stick together and do it.
Thank you.
That's what we need to do anyways.
It's going to be one day, Kylon. I promise we won't be here longer than we need to, okay?
He looks around. He says, I think this place looks really beautiful, but honestly, it's just not he says, we can see behind that, you know? We can see deeper than that, and it's not what it...
I know.
He says, and look at those kids even. They're looking at us from afar and laughing at us.
Don't worry about it.
This is
Little
not
kids
the
go
first
running
time-
away.
Yeah, like this is not the first time we've had kids watching us. They're at least probably safe.
He says, let's go to the high home then.
Thank you.
He says, and then we'll do everything else. At least we have some privacy in the high home. If that priest
Exactly.
isn't around.
Even if the priest is around, he's normally trying to read scrolls. He's not.
He can't read scrolls.
Yeah, he's not the.
He's a level 5 priest. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
He's still kind of green. He'll get there.
He's a high priest. Yep.
More like a medium priest.
More like a medium to low priest. Yeah. All right. You make it to the high home. You get all of your equipment put away. You are going to put your horses out there in the stable area outside of the
With the
outside
donkey.
the building. Yeah, with the donkey that's still there. And oh my God, it's amazing. You remember these things. And yeah, it isn't soon after that the priest does return back there. It seems like he's still living there in the high home, as one of the council members have to be living there. And yeah, Borak is in there. So you're in your rooms whenever he comes in. You don't have to interact with him. What order of things do you want to do everything in?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
In what order would you like to do things? Your tasks here. What do you, because you're all sticking together.
I figure that map maker, and then Sunny's family, and then come nightfall, Delstria can go do her astronomy thing, and then tomorrow
take
morning
long.
we can go to Cassandali.
You mean not the daytime astronomy?
No, the daytime astronomy.
It
funny
was just
word.
so funny.
Okay.
Didn't you want to go to that? That's a
9 in the
nighttime
morning.
thing. As I'm sipping my coffee, reading a book. That's a nighttime
It was a
thing.
really rough day for Sunny. Okay.
I love it. Okay, so what was the order again? I'm sorry, I just completely zoned
Okay.
out.
So I'm
Map
pretty sure
family.
it's map maker,
Okay,
family.
Matt. Roll an influence check, please, for the map maker.
Oh God.
Why would a map maker have a map of the Scar of the Spider area?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get to. Why would they even have a map of that?
17.
I guess I should roll too. I don't know why. 11.
They don't have a map.
Oh.
They're
yeah,
not
very
Jubilo Snarthruple.
Yeah, yes, exactly. They have not adventured the entire world. And even though the rangers here and the hunters do go around this area, and they actually could have detailed maps of water systems and hillsides and forests and stuff like that, they don't have anything that far away. It's just too far away for them. And once again, it's a very barren landscape where there's really no civilization, and there's no reason for them to be hunting that far away. So sadly, they do not have a map. I'm sorry. Family.
Well, that's disappointing. All right. Well, thank
know
you
what?
anyways.
Your head didn't blow off this session. Anything beyond that
okay.
is like icing on the cake. Come on now. And your head almost fucking blew off, by the way.
I really don't want to talk about how close that was. Okay. Like,
It was 2 away from blowing off.
And my helpers were no help.
They were no help. They were just banging on the screens.
they tried. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so family.
Family.
Are you going to visit as a whole group?
I think Sunny should go by herself. and the boys and I will go to
a pond and fish for a little while. Have you
what are
practiced
these?
your fishing for very long?
What? No. What are these places? It was
What are
Those
these
party
places?
houses.
8
No, we were just at 8. That's the
Eight.
perfect map.
Edlands.
This is a
Boneyard.
perfect map, by the way. None of the labels are messed up.
I don't see a.
What are you
Well,
looking for?
if they're not on the map, Libby, then obviously that you're not supposed to go there. The rowdy
Okay.
houses, the perfect
So we
map.
just go. So we just go to a tavern or a pub or something and sit and.
Oh, that was over here-ish. There was because we had lunch there at some
Why
point.
is this so hard to read?
I don't know. Why are you so hard to read? I got nothing for you.
Hey, you could resupply on your goods if you're going to go on a travel. Maybe
Oh,
you should
yeah,
go to the
we
hands
should
of the
probably
community,
do
number
that
14,
as well,
to
but-
actually supply yourself in this area right there.
Sure,
That might be a
whatever
really good idea.
that place has, but we're not going to buy their produce.
I mean, that's all they have. But
They
okay.
have lots of produce, but they also have fresh game that live on the produce, that eat the produce. Big, healthy things with extra antlers, and some of them have 2 heads.
Yes, we shall just peruse the farmers market while Sunny's
Love it.
visiting her family.
Sunny. It's just a completely safe place. Sunny.
Okay, wait, so we leave the map makers, and Sunny starts walking down towards her family's, and I can see Delstria just stop the 2 boys and back them up and
yes.
Over here. Oh, we could buy bread. Bread will be fine.
Bread's safe. Bread's
Yeah,
safe.
bread's safe.
Kylon nods to himself. Bread's safe. Okay. So you're going to go speak to your father and mother.
Mhm.
Okay. What? I'm not really. Okay. They are inside their house by the time that you get there. And it sounds like this time they have not rushed up the hill to meet you or anything, but they're expecting you to come over. You hear the clanging around of different silverware and of plates and such, as it sounds like your mother is talking to your father, and she says, well, how many of them are going to be coming this time? And he says, well, honey, I don't know. Maybe she has a few more friends or a few less, but we should be able to prepare just in case. She says, your mother says, well, I think that she's met so many people as it is that maybe she should just keep it to the ones that she has. And he says, well, that's up to her. She might have a few more that she'd like to bring over. And then your mother says, well, what about Hawk and Talon? Do you think they're going to be joining them for the meal? Maybe at least Hawk and Talon will be here. Okay, I'll place 2 more places for them. And your father's like, well, okay, just make sure that remember that chair. We want to pull over our main chair so that Talon can be comfortable. You know how his back starts to hurt. She says, of course I know. We'll make the space for it.
I'm gonna knock on the door. I need to stop listening to their conversations because
Yeah.
nothing
You're-
good ever happens.
She said, all you hear from your mother is already, and your father's like, shh. As he comes to the door. He opens the door and he says, Sambia. And he pulls out his arms to hold you. He says, welcome back.
I'm gonna hug him. Thank you. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to say a proper goodbye when we last left.
He says, it's okay. He says, the letter that you wrote, he says, we read it often. He says, the good parts we read often. He says, there was no reason that you needed to apologize. None at all. He says, "Come." He says, "Your mother is in here setting up a table for the food tonight."
Oh, okay.
She's
My,
going to make your favorite stew.
I mean, I can't turn that down. I don't actually know where my friends went.
You look back. You look back,
Okay.
and the street is completely empty.
Whatever.
Your mother says, "Oh," she says, "Sonny." She runs over while wiping her hands off on her apron that she has, and she grabs a hold of you. She says, "She says you've." She says, "You've come back already." She says, "You're going to stay a while now this time, right?" Your father's like, "Shh, oh, she'll stay as long as she needs to stay."
Unfortunately, we're only here for the night. We have something to collect.
She says, "Not from that horrible hole.
Yeah,
I
from the
don't want
hole.
to go back in that hole again."
We are. I'm not looking forward to it either. This is not fun for me. But unfortunately, fate of the world and whatnot, you know.
She does not. She looks at you and she just shakes her head a little bit. She says, "Well," she says, "have you gone to see Hawk yet? He's doing just perfectly well, taking care of his brother now and getting around just as if brand new. You just certainly helped him up and made him, well, helped him out to be able to take care of things that need to be done, of course."
That was Altor, actually. I don't think Hawk wants to see me.
She says, "Oh, no, 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 no. He would want to see you still. We'll get a hold of him and Talon, and we'll have them over for dinner. Just with all of your friends. How many friends do you have this time that you're bringing?" She looks at her small room that's like, there's like multiple tables like shoved together, and it looks like they borrowed one from their neighbors already and turned it sideways to get in the door there to set up. You think there's places now for about 8 people to sit.
It's just us. Just Delstra and Tor and Kylan. I'm not sure who you think I was adding.
She says, "Well," she says, "I just thought that you might have brought in some of those blood gars that you were looking for from last time. We had some of them trade with the story and just, well, trade with the town and tell us all sorts of stories just about you on their boat."
Yeah, I'm definitely not bringing the blood cars into the city.
Well,
They are.
would not want to be around them longer than I could. Well, then I would have to. Your dad looks at your mother and says, "Oh," he says, "let's make sure that stew is prepared. Enough of it just for 9 of us then. 9 of us." Your mother says, "Oh, of course, yes. Well, honey, come sit in here if you'd like and talk. I've got to cut up everything."
Is there anything I can do to help?
Your father nods. He says, "Yes, there's something you can do to help. Just anything you can do to help. She will appreciate it."
Okay. Gonna go in and assuming that my companions will eventually come to dinner, because I don't know where they went and I don't have a way of telling them.
It's not like it would be hard to spot.
It's everyone knows where the house is now.
Yeah. But yeah, I will help them make dinner and companions, are you joining us for dinner?
Well, we will see about your companions joining you for dinner, and if there's any other dinner guests, including one that might not be invited at all, next session. because you know how stealthy you guys are, and you know that you definitely do not have a bounty on your head from the Technic League at this point. And we will start next session with an uninvited dinner guest. But don't worry, Hawk and Talon are both going to be there.
Doug, I'm so mad at you right now.
It's been a great session, everyone. I know having no combats can kind of be stressful, but I guarantee you at least one combat next session. It'll be great.
What do you mean no combat's being stressful? You know what's stressful, Doug?
Brain operations.
Yeah, a brain operation. That's stressful.
Delstria pulled through for you.
Oh yeah, she did.
I'm not saying you didn't. I am
Not that
just
that wasn't-
saying, but like,
Not that that wasn't nerve-wracking, clicking the button, being like, mug.
What is it also about people ambushing you during dinners? That's the other thing I want to know about.
I mean, it makes sense because everybody's
Well,
there. So
We spend a lot of time eating.
Yes, there's the other thing. You're either knee deep somewhere where they couldn't get to you anyways, or you're eating one way or the other.
No, so you just pick a place and wait. We'll show up at one of them eventually.
It's actually the meat cart vendor, the meat on the stick vendor would be the perfect nemesis, but cruel. Oh my god. Okay. Well, that's it for session 27. And we're going on to 28 next time. That's going to be a big one because we're actually going to have maps uploaded, which means we can find Cassandra Lee, we can secure Cassandra Lee, and then we can move on from there.
Mhm. This dinner party is not going how I planned it. Why? Can you guys just not follow Sunny's plans once?
I don't know why you wanted to go to a dinner party. I thought you were all going to go in and sneak into Iden Bay and get the body and leave. That was the idea, but instead,
Oh, no, we
Yeah, I
don't.
figured we were just
don't
going to go and get the
sneak.
body and leave at nighttime so nobody would see us carrying a body out of Iden Bay.
no,
we
you're
have a
going to
bag,
a dinner party first.
But no, we're gonna have Kyla put a body in a bag.
I just have this
Don't
awful
mind
vision
me.
of, like,
An arm flopping out.
no, we were on this boat and Delstria and Sunny are sitting there like talking to the captain, and Tor and Kylan are in the background like
You see
Get in
a
this
bag
bag.
goes over Tor. Pull it down.
and then like
Tor,
Kylan's
get in this
like
bag.
scooping him up like yeah, I can do this. I got
I
this.
can do this. This is good. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, good session, guys. Thank you, as always.
Thank
It's always
you.
a reprieve through the week to be able to game with you guys. I really appreciate it. And with that, we're gonna leave, and I will be super duper prepped with maps and everything to go in officially to the next book next session. We just have to tidy up just a thing or two here, it seems.
What was it about next book at the end of the next session? Be ready for the next book?
We will be ready, hopefully an hour in or so, I would say. It just depends what happens here at the dinner party. So we are going on into the next book, which is book 4, Valley of the Brain Collectors.
Oh, so that's exactly where we're supposed to be heading.
He's trying so hard to share things with you guys. She has all this information that needs to be said.
Well, why haven't you said what didn't you say it all?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, there's a lot that needs to be said.
Well, maybe during the dinner party would be a good time to bring this stuff up
That's
with your adopted parents, and then the one that also has loved you, and then his broken brother being there at the table.
yeah, not
in a very cramped house whenever something happens.
Mm-hmm.
Doug, my darling, if you murder my family,
It's going to be a murdering of everyone.
really unhappy.
I know. It's going to be wonderful.
I don't have enough hero points to save all of them.
No, you definitely don't.
Mm.
The question is, if you only had a few hero points, which ones would you save and which ones would you let die? And I think Mom might be on the top of the dying list. she has seemed pretty much like a bitch the entire time. She really does love you, but it feels like you stabbed her in the back. And you know, she would love you more if you just decided to settle down and not be running around with every barbarian and big man that you run into. And these questionable half-elf women also, they can be just as bad.
Questionable half-elf women. What's wrong with Delstria?
Well, for
I
one
mean,
thing,
a lot.
You are definitely not a normal person. You are definitely a space person.
Well, nobody can tell that.
No one can tell that, but maybe she does have some kind of a sense about her.
It's not like I'm trying to like recruit her into a street gang.
I mean, I'm already part of the street gang. Come on now.
The torchbearers, leather jackets with the flag on the back.
Just like the patch on the back of your leather jackets. Like I said, the idea that you guys are anything other than just like the hulking, like walking through town like this, just wipe it from your head, because that's the idea that I have now. You're like a gang.
We're a gang. We're fine.
And Delstria, I only have a 14 strength, but I can bench 450. Because of her muleback cords. I love it.
But I'm quick. I have a 19 dexterity.
Oh, yeah. You're quick too, yeah. I love it. Well, I want to see the leather jacket on the bear now. I really want to see it.
No, Bear doesn't need a leather jacket, but thank you for that.
Oh, God, I love it.
I'm sure I can find. Do you ever watch the cartoon We Bare Bears?
Nope.
No.
I haven't watched. I don't watch it very often, but there's these three.
It's not very good.
Well, no, I just don't catch it on. There's these three bear brothers. There's Grizz, there's Panda, and there's Ice Bear, who's a polar bear. And they're these three bears just kind of trying to find their way. Oh, here we go. Here they are.
Is this on the...
Do the Hangouts? Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So they found this jacket.
The tiger jacket.
So they found this tiger jacket like in the trash can, and they started wearing it, and it started.
I absolutely love that. That is awesome. Very, very cool.
Ice Bear approves.
Okay, I gotta go to bed.
All right. Likewise.
It's late here. It's
I have
10 p.m.
I have like a day full of meetings tomorrow.
Yeah, I have a day full of meetings also. Oh my gosh. All right. Good night, y'all.
Night, guys.
See you next week.
Good
Bye.
night.